I'm recording. Good. Nancy, is all set?
I
am. Okay. Well, welcome to the, we'll get going. Welcome to the April 1st, 2021 Planning Commission of City of Manistee meeting. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Meeting is called to order at 7 p.m. Please take roll.
Commissioner Slawinski?
Here.
Can you state where you're from?
2 Street.
City and state too, please.
City and state. I need just the city and state from everybody.
Manistee, Michigan.
Okay. Commissioner Memberto?
Here, Manistee, Michigan.
Commissioner McBride?
Here, Manistee, Michigan.
Commissioner Slawinski?
I thought you were coming.
I wasn't, but Zach and them asked me to come.
Yeah.
Commissioner Weiner?
Too loud. I don't want to be out there.
Chair Whitliff?
Here, Manistee, Michigan. Thank you. Approval of agenda. At this time, the Planning Commission can take action to approve the...
Hello? Hello, Mark?
Yes.
I don't believe she called my name.
Commissioner Yoder?
I think I'm supposed to be on the commission. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I didn't know if I was still on it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't
you
see you.
Oh, I know. I'm hiding. I'm hiding.
Are you hiding on me?
Yes, I am.
Roger. All the plants will die.
Yeah.
That's why I'm watering the plants.
Okay.
I haven't heard my name yet either.
Yep. She asked.
Commissioner Szymanski. Yes.
Oh,
you're here now?
I'm Szymanski. Yes,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Manistee,
Commissioner
Michigan.
Szymanski is here. Commissioner Weiner hasn't showed up yet. She in here yet?
She's here. Yes.
Pam, you're on mute.
She's muted.
Here now?
Pam, you're muted.
Sorry, forgot about that. Yes, I'm here, Manistee, Michigan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, I forgot I'm in Manistee, Michigan, too. If anybody cares.
We all care, Roger. Okay, approval of agenda. This time, the Planning Commission can take action to approve the April 1st, 2020 meeting agenda.
I'll motion to approve it.
Szymanski, I'll second.
All right.
Who made the motion? Shelley?
No, Robert.
Bob? Okay.
And Pam seconded.
Okay, motion by Bob, second by Mick. Any discussion?
Pam?
Yeah, whatever.
Pam did that.
Any discussion? None, please take a roll.
Commissioner Yoder?
Yes.
Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiner?
Yes.
Commissioner Memberto?
Yes.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Yes.
Commissioner Slawinski?
Yes.
Chair Whitliff?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Approval of minutes. At this time, the Planning Commission can approve the March 18th, 2021 special meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
Szymanski,
I'll make a motion. All right, I'll second it.
Motion by Mick, second by Marlene. Welcome, Marlene.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
No.
No discussion, please take roll.
Commissioner Slawinski?
Yes.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Yes.
Commissioner Memberto?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiner?
Yes.
Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Commissioner Yoder?
Yes.
Chair Whitliff?
Yes, thank you. Correspondence at this time, the correspondence, and Zach and Mike will be reading the correspondence. So I will turn it over to them.
Okay. Members of the Manistee Planning Commission, please do not approve a hotel on the First Street Beach. I believe it is the duty of a planning commission to maintain the integrity of a community for the greater good of all. If a non-conforming use has been permitted by grandfathering so as not to harm an existing business, the non-conforming use should no longer be allowed at the natural end of that business life. If a hotel is in fact not a non-conforming use, there is a serious need of revising the plan to fit sensibilities of people who live there. There may have been many good reasoned arguments against the hotel on the beach in the newspaper. I agree with all of them. My immediate reaction was it was a proposed atrocity. It appears there are many differences in sensibilities between many people and some local officials who seem to have verbalized a hard position about clearing away all obstacles to this development. People have been accused of being selfish for opposing the hotel there. It is not selfish to argue for the integrity of the neighborhood and the community as a whole. Now there is another main harm to the community if this development advances the damages to community cohesiveness from disrespect and discounting public opinion. It is bad enough that a natural asset, which brings people here, we're told, will be despoiled now and in perpetuity, and that the city would submit to a colonizing development that will siphon profits from the community in return for a handful of less than living wage minimum jobs. Manistee does not need this development. It has several good ones in process. It is well managed financially as far as I can see. It has relief money that could be used for improving the sewer system if that's a priority. Please decide in favor of things that are priceless and can be irretrievably harmed. Gloria Hecht.
I'm not surprised at the negative reaction to the proposed Hampton Inn being built where the present Lakeshore Motel is located. I've lived here for 43 years, and in those years, it seems that Manistee residents have a negative comments about change. The Oaks Correctional Facility, Lighthouse Landings, Harbor Beach Condo Project, Little River Casino and Resort, Walmart, and Meyer were all opposed. Other than Walmart, which chose not to come to Manistee, all have proven beneficial with employment and other or giving locals and the part-time homeowners upscale living in our city. It also surprises me the lack of comments from the community about the marijuana miracle mile that is taking place on US 31. There is presently 5 or 6 marijuana cannabis businesses now, and it has been proposed to increase that number. I'm not against these businesses, but enough is enough. Also, the present Ironworks building is going to be marijuana cannabis grow facility, and another grow facility is proposed in the industrial park. I personally would rather Manistee be known as a vacation destination rather than a marijuana destination. I want to see Manistee thrive in all ways that will be beneficial or that will benefit all that live in Manistee and Manistee County. Therefore, I am in support of the Hampton Inn, giving Manistee new life and new possibilities, and the Gateway Project, which will transform the US 31 and River Street intersection from an eyesore to a let's see what this town has to offer. We need these businesses to add employment opportunities and tourist dollars to support our local, small, independent businesses and encouraging new independent businesses. Who knows, a tourist vacationing in Manistee may fall in love with our city and county and decide to move here, possibly to start a new endeavor or to bring in an existing business here. As was said many years ago, Manistee will grow in spite of itself. Seems those words may be coming true. I'm excited about the new future of our city and county. Sincerely, Sharon Marsh.
Dear Planning Commission members, I'm writing to you asking that you table or delay a decision on the proposed hotel project at First Street Beach. The size and scope of the proposed hotel is clearly too large for the property on which it would be built, causing major concerns regarding the impact on adjacent public lands. Therefore, the Planning Commission should allow the time needed for the City of Manistee to develop a comprehensive plan for the entire First Street Beach area, including the public beach, parking, playgrounds, vegetation, sand dunes, and so forth. The project is presented as a hotel plan to provide a nice blend of mixed uses, which is why we are pursuing a planned unit development. The plans presented, however, show no indication of how it is commonly understood as a mixed use. The hotel is planned with 108 typical guest rooms with 2 queen-size beds or 1 king bed. The PUD narrative included in the package for today's meeting does not meet the requirements for a comprehensive narrative, including assessments of environmental and other impact on the surrounding public lands. Concerns that need to be addressed in greater detail include, but are not limited to the following. 1, the property lies within a coastal zone management area. What this means to the proposed hotel project has not been addressed. 2, the property lies within an area zoned as R1 residential with maximum building height limited to 35 feet. The presented project documentation does not include a justification why a 64-foot tall hotel in a proposed R1 is appropriate in an R1 zoned area. 3, the proposed building footprint extends beyond the required setbacks. 4, all existing vegetation within the property is proposed removed to be replaced by a combined road and loading area, large paved parking areas, hard surface patios, and some areas planted with dune grass. There's a suggestion that trees may be relocated, but no assessment as to the capacity for the trees to survive replanting and no indication as to where the trees would be replanted. It is left up to the project owner to tag trees to be protected and relocated without any identification of the need for a qualified arborist to assess the situation. 5, the sand dune adjacent to the west side of the property is defined as insignificant without any indication as to who made this assessment. There is no analysis of the potential for erosion of the sandy soils as a consequence of removing all trees and shrubs from the property. 6, the proposed building is too large for the site to accommodate all necessary parking. Therefore, additional parking is proposed on public lands, leaving an unanswered question about how the need for sufficient public parking will be satisfied. 7, the project is too large for the site to accommodate stormwater runoff. Therefore, a large retention basin is proposed on public lands. This could limit the city's ability to accommodate a bandstand and an amphitheater there to facilitate open air public concerts. 8, the PUD narrative that the hotel would provide exterior amenities like bocce ball, beach volleyball, and shuffleboard, with no indication as to where these activities would take place on the property, leaving a question if the mentioned exterior amenities are to be placed on public lands. 9, it is stated that the sanitary effluent from the proposed hotel would not result in any overload of the existing dry weather system capacity. There is no assessment of what the situation would be like during any heavy storm events. 10, the potential effect of a hotel of this size and scope on the capacity of the beach to accommodate the needs of the city's residents, guests, and tourists is not addressed. Will the character of the beach change from a family-friendly community beach to an overcrowded resort-style beach? In conclusion, the size and scope of the project is presented is not appropriate for the site and leaves a number of questions unanswered, questions that are very important to the future of the city of Manistee. Therefore, the Planning Commission should initiate a process to develop a comprehensive plan for the property and surrounding public lands to ensure that the new development at First Street Beach is a win-win for the developer and the city. Sincerely yours, Vidar Liram.
Hello, Planning Commission members. And as a Manistee taxpayer and homeowners for over 100 years, much enjoyable time has been spent on the fabulous beachfront picnic areas and playgrounds at First Street Beach. It is now under immense threat of overdevelopment by a mega monster of a hotel that will forever change what Manistee has had to offer travelers and locals in the past. A wonderful experience without a constant huge crowds that overdevelopment brings. That is not to say that we are against change here, just a more reasonable approach. We feel would be a 2 to 3 story building that would blend in the surrounding natural and residential area around it. The city still gets more tax dollars and more jobs with reasonable approach. We have heard that in the past, the city denied a 2 to 3 story hotel. So why would Why now would a mega 5-story hotel be allowed on this small parcel with zoning that past Manistee leaders thought appropriate? This is a highly desirable Lake Michigan waterfront parcel, and any number of other hotel chains would likely jump at the chance to do a reasonable development there if Hampton Inn owners won't reconsider. By taking a more reasonable approach for this light residential zone parcel, the parking space issue comes into compliance with zoning, makes it less of an issue for fire protection, reduces the stress on sewer and water needs, and reduces the congestion issues of constant traffic on First Street and Cherry Street residential properties. Ludington has no mega hotels on its beachfront. Do you want First Street Beach to look like Traverse City? And even they don't have a 5-story hotel along their beachfront. For all these reasons, allowing more development on the site will destroy that wonderful nature, our natural pure Michigan Manistee appeal that the city is known for. What is next for residential properties at 5th Street when mega hotels are allowed free reign to overpower local zoning regulations? Thank you for your careful consideration on this very important issue that will forever impact future generations of beach and park users. Jennifer and Dale Teller, Harbor Drive, Manistee.
Considering the plans for the proposed Hampton Inn project, I can see why some are excited about the possibility of a 5-story, 108-room beachfront hotel on the shore of Lake Michigan. I can think of no other community along the precious Michigan stretch of Sugar Sand Beach, glorious, amazing lake that has a 5-story chain hotel on the beach. I wonder why that is. It's because every other community recognizes that the gift we have of this amazing lakeshore is worth protecting for as long as we occupy this earth. I have never walked our shoreline or shared this coastline with family and friends and not sat in wonder at the most precious gift we have in living along one of the most beautiful lakes in the world. No doubt in season those rooms will be full with 3 to 4 people each. Who would not want to stay here? It is a priceless location. The number of people on the beach each day has been growing, with parking becoming an issue and keeping bathrooms clean a huge issue. Imagine another 300 or 400 people a day on the beach. The concrete building will block sunset views as you drive down the beach at night with a Dairy Queen in hand. The amount of concrete necessary for the building and parking will significantly and permanently reduce sand and grassy areas. And I cannot believe our water and sewer system can handle this project. I can only wonder the impact on that area during the actual construction. Yes, it will bring tourist dollars and increase the city coffers, but at what lifelong price? We will not be able to turn the clock back. It will forever change our beaches and shoreline. The environmental, aesthetic, long-term cost is simply too great. Let's decide not to sell our most precious commodity in Manistee. Judy Crockett.
Dear Planning Commission, I'm writing to express my opinion on the proposed Hampton Inn at 101 Lakeshore Drive. I feel that having a new modern place to stay in Lake Michigan is a great idea. The only objection I have is that the proposed building is too tall. A 3-story building would look better with the surrounding landscape and be much more appealing than a 5-story building would have in that area. I feel this would be a good compromise between no new hotel at all and one that will have a less of an environmental impact, fewer cars, people, noise, and lights. Regards, Jane Seaver, 1367 West Fox Farm Road, Manistee, Michigan.
Once again, I am submitting a letter of opposition to building a 5-story Hampton Inn at First Street Beach area. It is inspiring to once again see an open letter by Patrick McDuff, one of many others you may have received and or that were published in the Manistee News Advocate. I am a Manistee native, but was gone for 40 years. Having lived in 6 cities in Michigan, 5 states, cities of Detroit, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Ann Arbor, Lansing, Milwaukee, Denver, Green Valley, Arizona, and Pittsburgh, I can attest to the beauty and wonderful outdoor spaces you have in Manistee. The beauty, the easy access to the beaches, places to recreate, so many attributes. I know that you realize how very special Manistee is. It is important to add that it is the people here who make it this very, very special place too. Overdevelopment of that beach area will never be restored to the natural beauty and usage. Do not let taxes be an easy fix. With the real estate market moving very quickly here, businesses starting and more tourism coming our way, there should be a good tax income for the city. Thank you, Donna Bauman.
In the proposed Hampton Inn's PUD narrative, it states, we have worked with the city of Manistee to ensure that the sanitary effluent will not result in any overload of the dry weather system capacity. My question is this: what will happen with the additional of a Hampton Inn when a Manistee gets a 20-year rainstorm or a rainstorm that's more severe than that? Our sewer system currently protects Manistee residents and businesses from sewer backups during a 20-year rainstorm. If the proposed Hampton Inn comes online, will the sewer system continue to be able to offer us the same protection from a 20-year rainstorm? City officials have told us that once the sewer separation project is complete, Manistee residents and businesses will be protected from sewer backups during a 25-year rainstorm. If the Hampton Inn comes online, will the sewer system still be able to offer us the protection from a 25-year rainstorm? In 2008, 2011, and 2019, Manistee experienced rainstorms that were far more severe than a 20-year rainstorm. Consequently, Manistee residents and businesses had sewer backups. What will happen during one of these severe storms if the Hampton Inn comes online? Will sewer backups be limited to Manistee residents and businesses who were previously affected, or will sewer backups be more widespread? Manistee residents and businesses need to know, should the Hampton Inn come online, we will be protected from sewer backups during a 20-year storm, and once the sewer separation project is complete, we'll be protected from a 25-year storm. The promise that sanitary effluent won't overload the sewer's dry weather system capacity isn't all that reassuring. Please read this letter into the record at the April 1st meeting. Thank you for your consideration. Sandra, and I'm sorry, but it's Kreischmar.
I've been a very frequent visitor to Manistee and customer of the Lakeshore Motel for over 3 decades. I was saddened to learn that the proprietor's pending decision to retire and sell the Lakeshore has become a home away from home these past 30+ years. However, I was glad to hear that the property would remain a lodging facility with the pending Hampton Inn project. As someone who has spent countless days fishing, boating, and relaxing in that very location, I see nothing negative with the proposed project, and I support and look forward to being able to continue to lodge so close to the beach, pier, and municipal launch. The Hampton Inn project will be a benefit to all lakefront visitors, swimmers, beachcombers, anglers, and sightseers alike. As an avid fisherman and steelhead fisherman, and someone who has spent more time out on First Street Beach and pier than most people, I don't feel it will be negative impact on the location whatsoever. On the contrary, I think it will be an economic boost to the local community and infrastructure, and I'm writing in favor of the plan. Norman R. Council.
I'm writing to you to express my support for the development of the property of the current Lakeshore location in Manistee. I grew up in Manistee and currently reside in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. My vacation in Manistee every summer, and I have noticed each year there seems to be more and more downtown businesses boarded up and out of business. The addition of a modern hotel at this beautiful Lakeshore location would be an extremely attractive draw for the tourism that the Manistee economy depends on. Imagine Manistee tourism advertisement showing this new beachfront hotel on the white sand beaches combined with all the other tourism draws of the area. For me, and I am sure for many others, this would be very appealing. Efforts to grow the local economy should be supported. With all the environmental controls that are in place, this new building and businesses will have only a positive impact on the area with the tourism draw it helps support and the added jobs it creates. These are jobs not only at the hotel, but at the tourism base and many non-tourism based businesses that this type of development would help grow. The only reason I can think of for the objection is a personal opinion of, I don't want the area to change. This should not be the reason to deny a development of the economy of Manistee. Thank you. Dave Weislick, 1233 East Lexington Boulevard, Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
To whom it may concern, I just wanted to take a moment and pledge my support to Paul. As a business person, he has been a good taxpayer here. He's trying to move to the next chapter in his life and retire. His asset has worth, and he should be able to sell it. The new project will be paying way more taxes and providing way more jobs, not even including the local and sourced work it will take to move the project forward, which puts more money in the local economy for now and forward. Instead of losing tax base, shouldn't we grow it? Thanks, Barry Seymour II, Manistee Chevrolet, Manistee Ford.
To whom it may concern, regarding the proposed development at First Street Beach, I feel it is highly irresponsible to cannibalize the Lakeshore for anyone's profit motive. I feel a more appropriate location would be the north or south of town along the US 31 corridor. Mr. Patrick McDuff, MMA letter to the editor 3/29/21 cited the Bema Inn north of Beulah as a comparison. I feel a motel of that size or larger would wreck First Street Beach and its environment. We need to take our responsibility as stewards of the Lakeshore very seriously. A prudent analysis of room occupancy rates is in order. Does Manistee really need 108 more hotel rooms plus the Gateway Hotel proposed for River and Cypress Streets? As with the cannabis stores, too many is not reasonable. No one can make a living when the market is saturated. Sincerely, Mary Wilhelm.
Dear Planning Commission, I write to you in support of the Hampton development project being discussed to replace the Lakeshore Motel. I am the daughter of the current Lakeshore Motel property owners and have spent my life both as an employee at the motel and a resident of Manistee. It is this unique position that allows me to see how beneficial the new development would be to the city. I've worked at the hotel with my family for most of my life. I've seen my parents' hard work to own and maintain their property and contribute to the economy of the city. They have dedicated their lives to this work and are now ready to retire. This is an opportunity that all people should be allowed to pursue and should not be hindered by a small minority's opinion. The option for them to retire should not be determined by other people's opinions. We have seen through the information the Planning Commission has shared that the Hampton Inn development would be a wonderful addition to the business community by growing and expanding the tourism that the city's economy is based on. With the development only replacing and upgrading the current location, I believe the visual changes people are worried about would be minimal. The development can help increase the income of surrounding businesses, including shops, restaurants, charter fishing, and more. From what I have learned, it could also help fix infrastructure on the First Street Beach area. These changes could only benefit our city. I understand the appreciation for small town life and the worry that comes with the change. However, a city based in tourism must be willing to grow. If continue to resist change, the city may not survive. I love the city and all it has to offer. To continue and to improve means that we must embrace and growth and change. The possibility of this development not only brings a positive change for those who have dedicated their lives to the Lakeshore Motel, but it also brings about positive change for the entire city. Thank you, Kayla Stewart.
Good morning, Manistee Planning Commission. I felt compelled to write to your team regarding the planning and proposals for the Manistee First Street Beach development. I first want to thank your entire team for your hard work and dedication to support continued growth within Manistee, and for your leadership to continue to collaborate and seek beneficial opportunities while considering all perspectives. I'm writing this letter as a person who was born and raised in Manistee and who still visits Manistee several times a year. My father invested his time and energy in the 90s towards grant writing for the Ramsville. I worked for the city Parks Department for several years in high school and college. We love Manistee. We love the beaches. We love the access to the rivers, fishing, and outdoor activities. We also love to see family and old friends. When we bring visitors to Manistee, they are always impressed with the beautiful beaches and outdoor activities. Our beaches and beach access is comparable to some of the most beautiful beaches I've seen around the world and often remind me of the coasts of Greece. As you plan for what is best for Manistee, I'm sure it is filled with complexities, which are not limited to opening up economic opportunity, continued support, and access for local community and outdoor sportsman community, the larger tourist community, and stewardship of our natural resources. I urge the Commission to lean into these complexities in your planning. I ask for you to consider the entire First Street Beach complex as a holistic space for opportunity, which can be reimagined to meet the complex needs of all to allow for considerations of patrons and our call to preserve and support our natural environment. Manistee has much to offer. We already have several hotels which offer affordable stay options within the city. We also now have the availability of Airbnb and home rentals to consider within the options for family vacations. What Manistee does not yet have is a luxury option, which would pull in additional clientele who are not yet choosing Manistee as a vacation option. I ask the Commission to examine and consider models of luxury hotel options, which have created spaces for dining with a view of the area, massage and health and wellness on site, as well as other family activities while still preserving and maintaining the natural environment and continuing to allow public access to the space. Please look to the montage in Laguna Beach, California, or Starboard Rock Lodge and the Conference Center in Oglesby, Illinois, as a wonderful examples of how this can be accomplished. I also wonder about the input you have gathered and can continue to gather from the citizen, tourists, and potential tourists from amenity needs, potential usage, and how this can shape the vision of the First Street Beach complex. Manistee is a place to be. There is untapped potential within the community. I implore you to use this opportunity to carefully consider the development opportunity and the needs within our community, which will have a lasting impact and impression regarding the trajectory of our community. Thank you for your time. Jessica Garcia.
Dear Planning Commission, my name is Dave Zawacki. I live in Sylvania, Ohio. I've been coming to your beautiful city for over 30 years. I fish for brown trout in the spring, salmon in the summer, and steelhead off the beach in the fall. I have always stayed at the Lakeshore Hotel because of the beautiful view. Your boat ramp and your fish cleaning station are the best in Michigan. Your river walk with the good restaurants are great. But the biggest reason I keep coming back to the Lakeshore Motel, so please approve the transfer of the owners. Some and so many of my friends can keep your long-standing tradition of enjoying your beautiful town. Ludington is closer, but I would rather stay in Manistee. Thank you, Dave Zawacki.
First, a couple of housekeeping items. My residence is located at 724 Harbor Drive, Manistee, Michigan. It is one of the closest single-family residential properties to the proposed improvement. Fortunately, due to the angle of my house and the tree cover, the proposed project will not have effect on my primary view. Because of the size of the proposed improvements, they will be visible, as even the existing business is partially visible on a seasonal basis. I have both real estate and appraisal license from the state of Michigan, and I'm in the final stages of upgrading my appraisal license to a certified general. I have not been hired or retained by any individual organization, and views and opinions expressed in this correspondence are strictly mine. I know the required reading of correspondence has been discussed, and where possible, I have cited sections of the zoning ordinance and future land use plan. So any interested party can review that information in full should they desire. I have worked and been on numerous boards and commissions over the last 40 years that have promoted growth for the city of Manistee, Manistee County, Northwest Michigan. Personally, I don't believe that this is the right project for this property, and I believe there are other developers out there who propose a more upscale and site-sensitive project. My real concern is the complex and utter disregard the approval of this project would have for the city's existing future land use planning zoning ordinance. Frankly, I believe the approval of this project would fall into the category of spot zoning, which is pushed by a local resident or a future developer seeking authorization for a PUD or some sort of zoning exception in another area of Manistee, could result in the city being forced to approve the project or ending up in court regarding the spot zoning case. The subject parcel is currently zoned R1, low residential, section 800, city of Manistee zoning ordinance. I believe the subject's existing improvements predate the designation of the property as being R1. Thus, the current proposed uses of the subject property are non-conforming uses. The city zoning ordinance, section 401A1, non-conforming uses, states that in part, that a non-conforming use, which is not allowed in the zoning district, shall not be expanded or enlarged in the hours of operation, level of services, or any other extension than that what existed at the time the ordinance was adopted. Under no circumstance or no condition shall the parcel be expanded and the use be expanded to a contiguous parcel. R1 low density, in fact, all residential districts restrict building height to above a graded 2.5 stories, 35 feet. And no zoning district covered by the city's zoning ordinance allows for any building taller than 4 stories, 50 feet above grade, section 300, table 3-1. Per table 3-2, land uses and uses permitted by right and special use permit. A hotel is permitted by right in C1 commercial and C3 central business districts only. Hotels are permitted with special use in the Peninsula District, R3 high residential, and Waterfront District and light industrial district. They are also permitted in the R2 residential district if the property fronts on a key street segment. Section 2102, general standards for signs. A1 states that the uppermost portion of the sign or portion of a ground site cannot exceed 8 feet, and the uppercase portion of the wall, marquee, or projecting signs should not be higher than the roof line of the structure to which it is attached. Section 2105. Chart shows the commercial display signs are not allowed in any area designated R1 low residential district. Section 1870, planned unit development, covers the specific reasons the planning commissions and or city council should consider the approval of a PUD. It is defined as a special land use intended to accommodate development with mixed and varied uses, innovative design features, and or sites with unusual topographical or unique settings. Section 1870 Subsea, regulations, conditions, states planned unit development shall meet the following general standards summarized. The use shall be compatible with adjacent land uses, and benefit of the development should not be achievable under any single zoning classification. The use shall be consistent with the City of Manistee Master Plan and Future Land Use Map. There are several other requirements that center around maximizing open space, vehicle and pedestrian circulation, retaining historical, natural, and architectural features, etc. Master Plan. Beginning in 2013, the City of Manistee began working on updating their master plan, which included multiple public forums, discussions, and inputs. After nearly 3 years of effort, this plan was approved unanimously by Planning Commission on 8/4/16 and by the City Council on 8/16/16. In section 1.1, the master plan lays out the reasons for having a master plan and the master plan authority. This section contains statements and bullet points included in the following paraphrase. The plan used in conjunction with the city ordinance will assist in guiding future land use development. The plan is a general statement of the city's goals and policies and provides a single master view of the community's desires for future. The plan serves as an aid in decision-making. The goals and policies of the plan outlined in the plan guide and planning commission and city council and their deliberations on zoning, subdivisions, capital improvements, and other matters related to land use and development. The plan provides a stable long-term basis for decision-making, which will provide a balance of high and low density housing, commercial, and industrial land uses, and orderly process for land use planning. The plan provides a statutory basis upon which the zoning decisions are based. The Michigan's Planning and Zoning Act, PA 33 of 2008, as amended, requires that zoning ordinances be based upon a plan designated to promote public health, safety, and general welfare. The plan serves as an educational tool and gives citizens, property owners, developers, and adjacent communities a clear indication of the city's future direction. The plan, along with the council's strategic plan, is the only officially adopted document which sets up forth an agenda for the achievement of goals and policies related to the land use. It helps develop a balance of orderly change and in a deliberate and controlled manner, which permits controlled growth. As such, it provides the basis upon which zoning and land use decisions are made. Section 3.3.1, future land use category, states that land use categories displayed on the land use map, 3.1, set a policy for discretion and placement of zoning districts. For the future land use map, shows the subject property as being R1, low density residential. Section 3.4.1, relationship to the master plan, states master plan describes the vision, objectives, and strategies for development and place of the information in section 3.3 displayed on the map 3.1. The zoning map is based on the recommendations of the master plan. Locations where existing zoning is inconsistent with the objections and strategies of the master plan are identified in 3.4.5. For some reason, the subject property was not included in this section of the property despite being a non-conforming. Section 3.4.4, existing zoning R1 low density residential, states in portions of the district near Lake Michigan, the district is intended to protect the Lake Michigan shoreline environment while enabling sustainable enjoyment of this unique feature to our community. Competition. In no way do I believe that it is the government's job or obligation to protect or promote a one particular business versus another. However, having seen occupancy numbers thrown out by various people / groups, I was able to attain 3 years worth of occupancy numbers from 2 local hotels, along with 2 years from a third property. In combination, these 3 properties offer approximately 264 rooms within Manistee and the immediately surrounding area. In 2018, 2 of the properties averaged an occupancy rate of 40.94%. While in 2019, 2020, the 3 properties had an average rate of 41.52 and 38.93 respectively. Granted, COVID had some of the impact on 2020 numbers, but in looking at the monthly numbers shown in the following chart, excepting the first couple of months, it was not great, as one would expect. It needs to be kept in mind that these numbers are based on actual occupancy and not income, whereas the information provided a while back by the CVB is based on the pillow tax. Revenue they receive, which is calculated using income. So hypothetically, looking at this as a very simplistic point of view, is that occupancy is down by 10%, but room rates are up by 10%. Then revenue from a pillow tax standpoint for the first year was flat. Additionally, if the higher properties see the modest increase in occupancy and / or room rates, that can be more offset on the occupancy decline in a lower priced property. One other thought on competition, the tribe is in conjunction with outside investors is planning on stages of constructing a 100-room, higher quality hotel / fine dining restaurant / convention facility at the corner of US 31 and River Street. Obviously, I don't have an accurate count on the number of hotel rooms in the immediate area, City of Filer / Manistee Township, but a rough estimate between this project and the tribe's project, the number of hotel rooms in the immediate area will increase by 208 rooms, which would equate to about 20% and probably closer to 25% increase in the number of available rooms in the immediate area. Subject project. In brief, the subject project is a proposed 108-room, moderately priced, limited service hotel, which will be flagged as a Hampton Inn and Suites. The application and narrative and related documents include the Planning Commission meeting packet, and it does a fairly good job of explaining the project. Everyone can review this information on their own. Based on a limited information, it would be a rough estimate that the total cost of this project will be about $12.5 million to $15 million range. If one assumes it will be assessed for property tax purposes at $5 million, that would result in an additional $88,800 for the city and $27,500 additional to the county. Other entities such as Diorite, Council on Aging, ISDW, West Shore Community College, Manistee Library, etc., would also see some increase in tax roll, but nothing significant in comparison to the total budget. Issues in the Planning Commission and the City Council need to overcome and ignore in order to approve this project. Zoning issues. The project calls for the destruction and removal of an existing non-conforming use, and the construction of a new non-conforming use would be the expansion and enlargement of existing structure, would increase the hours of operation from seasonal to year-round, would expand the service to include bar, swimming pool, limited service kitchen, etc., which was not allowable under the current zoning. The proposed plans call for a subject water retention basin to be located in adjoining city property, which according to the current zoning is not allowed. Current zoning states that under no condition shall the parcel be expanded and the use expanded to the contiguous parcel if one wanted to. They could probably interpret this as apply to off-site parking as well. The proposed water retention basin is shown as having a bottom that is approximately 8 feet below the surrounding grade, which was rather steep. From other issues, how will this act? From a safety issue, how will access, whether intentional or unintentional, be controlled? R1 zoning permits have a maximum height of 2.5 stories or 35 feet. According to the subject submitted plans, the roof line will be 57 feet above grade and the very top of the building improvements will be 70 feet above grade. It should be kept in mind that the subject's base grade level will be approximately 6 feet above the surrounding roadways, resulting in the very top of the building be a minimum of 75 feet above the surrounding roadways, and even higher when compared to the public beach area. Under current zoning, the tallest structure allowed, regardless of zoning classification, is 4 stories, 50 feet. Whether by right or special use permit, hotels are not allowed in the R1 zone districts, and the proposal plan does not meet all the PUD criteria. No commercial signs are allowed in the R1 district. The subject's proposed road sign will be 10 feet higher than the current zoning, or the current sign zoning allows a maximum of 8 feet above the ground. It appears the proposed building marquee sign will be located approximately 60 feet above ground and will be a measure of 5 feet by 30 feet and will be lit. Per existing sign ordinance, no marquee sign shall be mounted above the height and a roof line, which the subject case is 57 feet. Current code states that the PUD designation shall be compatible with adjacent land uses and shall not be achievable under a single zoning classification. Pretty self-explanatory, as the proposed use is not compatible with the surrounding land uses, and the hotel similar to the subject can be built in several other appropriately zoned areas of the city. The proposed PUD is not consistent with the City of Manistee Master Plan, the future land use map, and the City of Manistee zoning ordinance. Master Plan, the entire project fails to meet any of the bullet points contained in the Master Plan, which is unanimously adopted by both the Planning Commission and the City Council. While not a competition, while not really a consideration for the Planning Commission, it appears that based on the information I obtained, the developer's projections of a 55% to 65% annual occupancy rate might be a little aggressive. Conclusion: the desirability of this site is undeniable. The current improvements do not fulfill the definition of the highest and best use. Unfortunately, nearly every aspect of the proposed project is in direct conflict with the City of Manistee zoning ordinance and the City of Manistee future land use map. In my opinion, improving this project prior to making significant changes to both the zoning ordinance and future land use map will result in additional requests from citizens and developers, which do not come close to complying with the current zoning ordinance or future land use plan, placing the city in an inviolable position of having to approve nearly every plan presented with little ability to have any control over the project. I can foresee potential issues once Jefferson School is demolished, and should the Manistee School area receive an acceptable offer for the vacant parcel, It would not be a school's responsibility to control how the property is developed. That would follow the city. By allowing this proposed development to be constructed in the R1 zone district, with many portions of the plan not being in compliance with any other section of the current zoning or future land use maps, I believe it would force the city to allow most any type of development on the Jefferson School property, especially in the light of R2 being a little less restrictive than the R1. If the requested PUD is approved as written, it would result in the project being constructed in a R1 zoning district that is based on the city of Manistee's current zoning ordinance, could not be constructed anywhere in the city. Every other district would require the approval of a special use permit to allow things like the proposed building height sign, height and location of the marquee sign on the building, offsite parking, and water retention basin located on site, etc. And that is it.
To whom it may concern, I was born and raised in Manistee, Michigan. I love the community and landscape from the area's sandy beaches to the woods and rivers. Manistee provides us locals and the tourists with an array of activities to lose oneself. With that being said, I love the small developments the city is making to the First Street Beach area. I moved back to my home area 3 years ago after spending 7 years in Grand Rapids. I immediately noticed the improvements to First Street Beach area with roads and layout. I feel this area needs more development to bring more tourism to our area. With Manistee being a tourist town in the summer months, and our community depends on these tourists to make our town prosper and grow economically. With this being said, I'm in favor of the sale of the Lakeshore Motel. I've personally contributed to the success of the Lakeshore Motel, but I feel it's time to be out with the old and in with the new. This future development will only benefit the area and will not tarnish the small town feel of Manistee. This sale will only develop the area economically and visually. If you have any questions to my testimony, please call or email me. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Dwayne Hobart, Executive Chef, Lincoln Hills Golf Club.
To Manistee Planning Commission. I usually don't comment on policies and new development, but this issue is near and dear to my heart as I grew up in Manistee, graduated from Manistee High School, visits frequently throughout the year, and enjoy all the Manistee has to offer. I would like to comment on the Lakeshore Motel development, understanding that I'm not a current resident, but a native and a frequent visitor. I have put my thoughts into a bulleted format so it is easier to get through. Attract the tourists you want to with how you develop the beachfront areas. Manistee needs to prime itself to be a premier community along Lake Michigan. It is one of the last communities that hasn't been heavily developed. It is a gem that needs to be protected. A chain hotel on the beach will not achieve that. Out on the US 31, sure, but not at the beach. The name Hampton is associated with transient airport hotels and not high-end 5-star hotels and resorts that the community needs. Personally, I think the hotel should have a name that is reminiscent of Manistee, Lake Michigan, and National Forest, etc. A 5-star hotel would be an eyesore to that location. A 5-story hotel would be an eyesore to that location. A 2 to 3 story max should be instituted for all beachfront areas to preserve the small town charm of Manistee. This hotel also needs to serve the community. The current plan only serves tourists. There should be a full service restaurant / bar and event center among other amenities. This will help the hotel be an easier pill to swallow for residents if they are able to enjoy the property, as well as instead of brewing animosity and resentment towards tourists. I envision Manistee could become a city similar to Leland or Glen Arbor, but only if appropriate actions are taken. This development will be a catalyst for change in Manistee, and I hope that you can make the right decision in the future for the community. Thank you for your consideration. Ashley Elzinga.
To whom it may concern, I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed hotel at the First Street Beach. It is my belief that allowing such a development in an area that is in close proximity to such a valuable natural resource as Lake Michigan is a big, everlasting mistake, and that it will be regretted in the future. It is my hope that all who are considering this issue have the foresight to see that once a structure like a 5-story hotel is built, the natural beauty of that area will permanently be marred, and the resulting environmental damages that comes with such development will never be reversed. Please, for the good of all, do what is truly right by not allowing the development on such a beautiful beach. Sincerely, Patrick McDuff.
The uniqueness of Manistee's raw beauty only nature can provide. Walking to the beach to watch a sunset, going down to watch the Perseids meteor shower and the aurora borealis, hearing nothing but the waves lapping at the sand and the children's voices laughing is the beauty of Manistee. Adding a 5-story building with all that noise that goes along with it, air conditioning units, cars coming and going, people milling around it will spoil the beautiful ambience First Street Beach offers. Changing zoning for an individual development destroys the platforms of many uniqueness of our town. The existing zoning has emerged through many years of experience and hard work of our city fathers and planners. To simply disregard it because of deep pockets wanting to change from what the community has identified as their priorities for the future of Manistee would be disrespectful and short-sighted. Our originality includes Victorian architecture and decor, which through the years has been a requirement of the downtown commercial buildings. This parcel is not in the historic district. However, a 5-story modern building appears completely contrary to the whole city image. If you vote to make the change in zoning, what's to stop large commercial development up and down the entire beach? 108 rooms, 120 cars, rooms and workers. Where are they going to put 120 cars? Will they talk to the council into changing the basketball and volleyball courts and playground areas into parking? Or will they use the city parking lot across First Street? The same parking lot area is filled during fishing season and city festivals and filled with snow in the winter. We read the developer is paying for 18 parking spaces from the city, and where are all the 100 people going to park? As owners of a home in Manistee and 2 large parcels of business property, we are against this tall and development in the chosen location. It will ruin the atmosphere of the jazz concert, family reunions, playgrounds, playdates, summer afternoons at the beach, and natural beauty we are blessed with at First Street Beach and Douglas Park. Sincerely, Dave and Sue Johnson, 522 Fairview Avenue, Manistee, Michigan.
Dear Planning Commission members, as an avid, almost daily beach walker who fully recognizes and appreciates the beauty of First Street Beach, I would like to go on record as opposing the plan for a Hampton Inn to be built on the current site of the Lakeshore Motel. First Street Beach, in its natural, pristine state, is one of our city's greatest assets and attractions for all ages. People of all walks of life enjoy our beach area, whether they are searching for beach glass or Petoskey stones, playing tennis or basketball, fishing on the pier, enjoying the playgrounds, or simply just taking in the sunset. It's apparent to see just how much pleasure people derive from spending time on our beautiful lakeshore. I see how connected people are to our beach and surrounding parks, and I shudder to think the negative impact a development that is so grossly out of proportion will have on the serenity that keeps drawing people back to our lakeshore. Surely there has to be a happy medium between a 5-story, 108-room monstrosity and the unobtrusive single-story structure that currently occupies the property. Sincerely, Molly Sitchie.
Once again, I am submitting a letter of opposition to the building of a 5-story Hampton Inn at First Street Beach area. It was inspiring to once again see an open letter by Patrick McDuff, one of many others you may have received and or that were published in the Manistee News Advocate. I am a Manistee native, but was gone for 40 years, having lived in 6 cities in Michigan, 5 states, cities of Detroit, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Ann Arbor, Lansing, Milwaukee, Denver, Green Valley, Arizona, and Pittsburgh. I can attest to the beauty and wonderful outdoor spaces that you have in Manistee, the beauty and easy access to these beaches, places of recreation, so many attributes. I know that you realize how very special Manistee is. It is important to add that it is the people here who make this area very, very special too. Overdevelopment of that beach area will never be restored to its natural beauty and usage. Do not let taxes be an easy fix. With the real estate market moving very quickly here, businesses starting, and more tourism coming our way, there should be a good tax income for the city. Thank you, Donna Bowman, 807 Dinson Street, Manistee, Michigan.
To the Planning Commission, thank you for your time and reading my thoughts. My name is Michael Botka, lifelong Manistee County resident, retired business owner. Concerning the proposed First Street Beach development, the city has been improving the beach area and it looks better every year, making it a beautiful park. Don't ruin it by placing a 5-story cement block in the middle of it. 5 stories. It will stand out like a sore thumb. Don't let the developers come in with pretty drawings and sweet talk of how beautiful it will be, with the promise of a few tax dollars and a few more low-paying part-time jobs. Don't ruin our beautiful beach by making it like Traverse City and all the other beaches on the coast. Why can't we be unique? Once this is up, you can never get it back. Gone forever. I'm all for progress and change, but there is good progress and bad progress. Thank you, Michael Botka.
Dear Chairman Whitliff, I'm writing to express my support for the proposed hotel to be built at First Street Beach. This is exactly the type of project Manistee needs. In addition to the obvious tax benefits to the city, this national hotel chain will make Manistee an attractive destination for travelers that would have otherwise passed us by. It will quite literally put us on the map. By all accounts, the Lakeshore Motel has served the community well for decades. However, it is outdated and obsolete property that would be difficult to bring up to modern standards. The proposed reuse of this property is ideal since it has existed as a lodging property for many, many years. The benefits of the project like this are definite and quantifiable. Additional tax revenue, improved infrastructure, short-term building trade jobs, long-term permanent jobs, additional revenue to the Manistee Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, and much needed improvements to the First Street Beach/Douglas Park complex would be the direct result of this hotel project coming into fruition. Additionally, an outmoded and unattractive property which will be transformed into an impressive new facility that will serve residents and visitors for generations to come. When I chose to move my business and family to Manistee in 2001, I believed the area was on the cusp of being discovered. I still believe that the projects like this hotel and the Downtown Gateway project prove my theory to be correct. As a resident homeowner, business owner, and downtown property owner, I wholeheartedly endorse this project. Sincerely, Mark Senstedt, 503 7th Street, Manistee, Michigan.
Dear City Council members, I'm writing to express my concerns about the proposed Hampton Inn, which will be voted on at Thursday's meeting. I cannot think of any buildings in Manistee which are 5 stories tall, and I don't believe we should start with one at the beach. It will completely ruin the view and change the Victorian small town off the beaten path atmosphere we are known for. I am a senior at GVSU's business school, and I am moving back to Manistee once I graduate to live and work. I love our small town and am incredibly supportive of its growth and progress, but if I wanted the Grand Haven and Holland atmosphere, I would move there. Manistee offers something so unique and much more special. Having grown up in Manistee, I'm confused about how they can claim that the average occupancy of these hotels will be 55 to 65%. Has there been any market research or analysis done to back up those numbers? Many of our hotels and motels have a much lower occupancy rate during the off season, yet they believe they can maintain that average for 108 rooms, especially since we are having another hotel added downtown with the new Gateway project. In conclusion, I understand and agree with having a hotel where the Lakeshore Motel is, but I'm very concerned about the issues regarding its large size, view obstruction, light blight, noise blight, and parking. Thank you for listening to my concerns. Rebecca Johnson.
To whom it may concern, I, Charles Curry, 166 Ford Street, Manistee, Michigan, 49660, am in favor of the sale of the Lakeshore Motel to the Hampton Inn. It is the time for an upgrade to the property. This sale would benefit the city of Manistee and visitors. A new hotel to replace the old motel. Otherwise, the old motel will just get older. Thank you, Charles Curley.
City of Manistee Planning Commission. I have read through the Suburban Inn's PUD application for 101 South Lakeshore Drive. There's so much to think about. I wonder why taxpayers should subsidize the water infrastructure required to support the development. What happens if the hotel fails? Will we end up with blight along the lakeshore? Who is responsible for the rehabilitation of the site? Consider the original Kennedy School structure in Parkdale. I am concerned that this design looks more attuned to a commercial strip than the natural resources that is our beach area. How will this design stand the test of time? In what ways does it fit in the environment? Is it a true beachfront hotel or a hotel that is on a beachfront? Are there legal limitations to the hotel's use of the public beach area? Will we see Hampton Inn cabanas dotting the shoreline and personal watercraft lining the shore? I too am concerned about the light pollution. The Lake Michigan shoreline affords a dark sky environment, and that will be lost with the security lights around the structure and in the parking areas. Perhaps there is an opportunity for the developers and the city to partner to make an entire beach area a true dark sky zone. Your task is consequential. I appreciate this effort to attract visitors to the area, to increase the tax base and generate employment. However, this development will affect the area for years to come. I urge you to consider how it can be done in a way that contributes to, rather than detracts from, the natural treasures of our beach. Thank you for your time and energy in serving in this commission. Sincerely, Densey Lippert, Manistee, Michigan.
My intent in writing this letter is not to be negative about economical development. I've read over every response in the Manistee News Advocate for and against the hotel, and after looking at the proposed plan, I think there are priorities we all need to consider that rise above and beyond financial gain in any individual or the community for that matter. This area is for the people of our community as well as all the generations of families who have been coming to Manistee to vacation. Are we really ready to give this up for progress? I believe everyone should be concerned about the impact a structure of this size will have on the beautiful beach area and everything that surrounds it. Once we give in, there will be no turning back. With the limited space down at First Street, wouldn't it be more prudent to consider that a motel/hotel of similar size would be much more suited to the existing infrastructure? Without listing every single detail of the effects this will have, ultimately, I believe our natural resources, our little sliver of shoreline needs to be preserved as well as shared, but not to the extent of erecting a structure of this size at First Street. Patricia Pepperera, lifelong resident of Manistee.
Please vote no on proposed hotel at First Street Beach. It's not a good design and too big for that space. Please save the character of our town. Rita McCain.
My wife, my family, and myself have been coming to Manistee to vacation and recreate for at least the past 25 years. We love your town with its Victorian feel, your beaches, and beautiful harbor. We have also encouraged friends and family to visit and vacation there, and they have come to love it as much as we have. Over the years, we have noticed improvements to the beach area, including the pavilion/concession stand, and to the other areas of Manistee as well. I'm assuming that these improvements were to attract visitors, tourists, and revenue to the other businesses as a result. We have also noticed growth stagnation, empty buildings and less trucks, boats and trailers in the harbor and river access parking lot. If the opinion of myself and family and friends counts for anything, we would like to encourage you to vote positively for the Hampton Inn purchase of the Lakeshore Motel property. The revenue to the city as a whole has got to be far greater in the long run than any other condominium complex or residential development. Manistee has enough of those, but what they don't have, but should, is a well thought out multi-unit facility in the place of the Lakeshore for out-of-towners to stay and spend their dollars in Manistee. Thank you for your consideration. Kirk Walby.
For Planning Commission meeting at Hampton Inn project. A look at the future of the Manistee beachfront. I grew up in Manistee County and lived many places, spending the last 40 years in Traverse City prior to moving back here. I wrote to the Planning Commission to recommend they apply to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund for the money to buy First Street Motel location, as well as removing existing buildings, thus creating an area for a walking, biking path and an open pavilion for events. The Natural Resources Trust Fund is paid for by oil and gas development, and our area has supplied much of that funding. It looks like the Hampton Inn project is a foregone conclusion, but the Manistee taxpayers have a right to see what may happen to the area around First Street parks that their taxes paid for over the years. Manistee will gain a 5-story cement building accompanied by tree removal and 20-foot parking lot lights glowing all night to ruin the skyline and view from neighboring homes. While the city will gain tax income from this property, it will reduce values of the neighborhood around it. Soon those homes will be on the market as no one will buy a nice home on a motel parking lot. Will the Planning Commission change those residences to commercials so more hotels can be built, further ruining the neighborhoods? Is the Hampton Inn going to pay for fencing our playgrounds so our children are safe from all this new traffic, as well as paying for a retention pond? The Visitors Bureau wants more tourism, but the First Street Beach area is the only viable tourist beach for families, as the Fifth Avenue Beach access is impossible to find, and Lake Manistee and the Manistee River don't have child-friendly beaches. No one is against development, and more tourism is to support our stores and restaurants. Why not create a commercial package of all the properties along Memorial Street by 31, including the car wash, the old Olson's building, and neighboring pole buildings to create a Hampton Inn that is accessible to downtown and the Riverwalk. So sorry to see local taxpayers paying for the beach that allow corporations to charge high room rates. Linda Azalea, Manistee, Michigan.
I'm writing to you regarding the meeting tomorrow night. The meeting will permanently affect our greatest asset, which is our public beach. The zoning in place will determine the use, setbacks, and required necessary parking. Please do not make any exceptions or allow any variances. The zoning is minimum allowed, so please do not make them less. Reduce the number of rooms if there is not enough on-site parking for the current plan. It would be ludicrous to allow them to use and purchase any of the current public property. Please do not decide tomorrow night whether you allow this development. Why was the plan for a change of this magnitude presented the day before the meeting? We seem to have a track record and reputation for allowing any development to locate in Manistee. We need to look at other towns along the Lakeshore are doing, or Lake Michigan are doing. Similar towns such as Elk Rapids, Harbor Springs, Ludington, Charleroi do not allow what Manistee does. They have tight ordinances and they do not make exceptions or variances. As our representative, please protect our beaches and our access to it. Please do not make a decision tomorrow. Nothing so permanent has to be done immediately. We are quickly going in the wrong direction. A green mile as the entrance to our town, marijuana manufacturing facilities, and dilapidated river walk. Visitors still laugh at the fact that our industrial park overlooks Lake Michigan. Let's make Manistee better and not worse. Thank you, Liz Lasky.
Manistee Planning Commission. I've been a resident of the city for over 60 years. I'm writing you a letter about your idea of putting a skyscraper hotel down by First Street Beach. I don't want our beautiful beach area destroyed by you voting to approve the hotel being built. If you approve of the proposal, I know you're not working for the people of Manistee. If you put this through, I pray that this will not be your intention. Please don't vote yes on the hotel skyscraper down by First Street Beach and destroy what we as citizens are blessed to have. You represent us, and if you okay this crazy idea, you're going against us. Respectfully submitted, Ruth Ann Ketz.
To our main concern, in regards to the proposed Lakeshore Motel acquisition, I'm 100% in favor for growth in Manistee and the surrounding area. Having known the current owners, Paul and Darcy Stewart, who moved here in 1979, we have often spoken about an expansion of the motel with food services available. What a great location for growth from a nationally recognized organization. Lakeshore Motel, as well as other local motel/hotels are booked through the whole summer. The expansion would mean more rooms, which would allow more people to come and enjoy Manistee. This would be beneficial to not only proposed organization in the city tax base, but to other local Manistee businesses as well as our residents. Thank you for your time. Respectively, Rick Link, Link's Body Shop.
Do you have more, Mike?
I have one more.
Okay.
All right. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Good.
Regarding the Hampton Suites at First Street Beach, I'm not opposed to it. The thing that I'm concerned about is the size. It seems like a 3-story motel would be better for the size of our community. Also, another concern is the hotel being full or being half full during the fall, winter, and spring. With the new boutique hotel downtown, there would be competition. I just am not sure the hotel beach would be profitable. Plus, it might overpower the area. I think that the present hotel definitely needs to be replaced. I just think that the proposed one needs to be at a smaller scale. Thank you for your time to read my mail. Sincerely, Mary Garcia, local concerned citizen.
Mike and Zach, is that it?
That's all we have.
Okay.
All I have.
Thank you very much. Time now is 8:09. We are going to take a 5-minute break to let everyone use the facilities if you would like. We will reconvene at 8:14. Okay. You ready, Shelley?
Always.
Mick, don't be yawning.
I saw Mick yawning.
I know. I'm ready though.
Hey, just don't do that.
All right. Bob is back and Arlene's still with us? Okay.
Marlene, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself, remember.
Okay, Marlene's there?
I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. It is 8:15 now, and we will resume. So we will open the public hearing. 101 Lakeshore Drive, proposed hotel, and the applicant for a presentation.
Can you see my screen?
No.
Nothing.
Quiet now.
You see it, Tom?
No.
Oh, let me-
Did you share it on there?
That one?
Share that. I think you should right there.
That one, okay. Technology, we're learning.
We got it.
Cool. Yeah, that one. Perfect. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you to the chair and all of the commissioners of the Manistee Planning Commission for taking the time this evening to meet with myself and Tom Welling, who will be presenting along with me. We're here in our meeting room together tonight, attending virtually. So also a big thanks to Mike and Zach for reading all those letters. If there's one thing that is evident, is the passion for the Manistee community. And I would say that about ourselves and our hotels and our family of I guess hospitality, our hospitality business, our family-owned hospitality business. And I think all the communities that we are living, working, and employing hospitality professionals across the state of Michigan would say the same, that they're really proud to have us as part of their community. My family, I'm Peter Bukema. I'm the CEO of our family company. My parents, Peter and Carol, bought their first 35-room hotel up in northern Michigan a little over 42 years ago. So born and raised on the shores of Lake Huron, I am really attracted to the site for that reason. Growing up on the shores there, I just see this as the opportunity for families to really embrace the great community that Manistee is and really enjoy the beachfront and the lakefront as I did growing up. So that speaks to a little bit of why the Hampton Inn brand and why we selected to partner along with the Hampton. And I would start off with saying, I don't want the commission and the community to get hung up on the branding of the property. We run world-class hotels. There is not another management company in the Midwest that has won more quality awards for their properties and the way they operate them than we have. Our Embassy Suites downtown Grand Rapids won New Hotel of the Year. Our Courtyard Marriott, again, last year won Hotel of the Year out of all courtyards worldwide. In the last 10 years, we've won way over 30 different quality awards among all of our hotels. All of our hotels are in the top 15% of their brands. And so we really take a pride on the hospitality, both the product and the service that we provide to our guests. So that's a little bit about our family and our family business. I'm going to turn it over to Tom a second to talk about the project as a whole and and go through the presentation here. But I guess I'd like to leave you with the thought of, the Gateway project, I think, is another great asset for the community. It's going to provide a boutique hotel downtown, which will serve couples and older families well that are a little later in life maybe, or younger in life, but still mainly boutique hotels are couples, and they're there to walk around town, to enjoy the restaurants and the bars and shop in a downtown setting, where the Hampton Inn brand really speaks to families. It's a value proposition with the free breakfast, the free Wi-Fi, the oversized rooms that we've got planned for this property that will really attract the family aspect to Manistee and allow them to enjoy the beachfront community. So I think the two projects actually complement each other very, very much. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Tom. He'll run you through the project, and then we'll take any questions at the end. Thank you.
As Pete mentioned, I'm Tom Welling, and I've been involved with this development really since the beginning. And so what I'd like to do is just take you through more of the details that the property has to offer and the work that we've done, with the city and the various departments to get us to this point. As you know, this is a proposed PUD, and it does have some mixed uses. We are planning for 108 rooms, as you know. It'll be a combination of suites and standard rooms, so it'll be suites, kings, double queens, and also, as Pete mentioned, the Hampton brand offers a combination free breakfast, and the mixed use of that area will be a bar, restaurant area that also has outdoor seating. The bar restaurant will accommodate about 164 people. There'll be a space for 110 inside and 54 outside. So the breakfast area will be used by the hotel, the lobby area, the restaurant area will be used by guests for the free breakfast in the morning. But then around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bar restaurant will open. So it doesn't really compete with the concession across the street, as our hours really won't overlap that much. The restaurant will be open to the public. We're planning a full service restaurant, but I would say with a limited menu. So burgers, steak, fries, pizza, sandwiches, that type of thing. And we will anticipate having a full liquor license. Some of the concerns about, with the restaurant and the, grease and that type of thing, we utilize what's called a grease recovery system. So it's the grease, both the new grease and the old grease, the used grease, is maintained in tanks inside the restaurant. And the truck comes in, and it's a specially designed truck that will draw the old grease out and pump the new grease in. So there's not a grease type interceptor or a container out in the dumpster enclosure. We're also planning an indoor pool and an indoor-outdoor spa and a fitness center, guest laundry facility, and then a large exterior patio that will have outdoor seating, fire pits, volleyball, which you can see pictured out here. So bocce ball in this area, outdoor jacuzzi has a swim pass through to take you inside, outdoor seating all across the front, and volleyball, and there's just general seating outside. We do plan for snow melt out here. So in the wintertime, this area here with the fire pits will be snow melted, so it can actually get year-round use. Moving to the opposite view and just more about the exterior. This is a textured ephes material. We're looking for to provide that lakeshore feel. You saw the balconies on the west side and some balconies on the east side where they'll have more of a river view over here. The site lighting is all designed with cutoff style fixtures, so we won't shed a lot of light off from the site. And we want to have a landscape with a lot of the native beach grass. This is not a critical dune area, and the dune that's in front of the current motel will be very similar, except with the added amenities. As far as the signage goes, we've gone with the least amount of signage that the brand requires. And we're planning to dim this automatically at night to a minimum acceptable level that would be agreed upon by the city. The dumpster enclosure will be a split face block. So it'll be a high quality fixture, and then a gated off for the dumpster that will be inside. We run hot and cold water out here, so this area will be cleaned routinely. We're anticipating a trench drain through here, and that trench drain will go into the site's stormwater system, which goes through an oil interceptor prior to it reaching the the detention system. A little more detail on the first floor. From a plan view, you can see the indoor pool and the indoor-outdoor spa with its seating area. The fitness center will be located here as a large glass front here. So great viewing out to Lake Michigan. This area in yellow is this is the outdoor seating. This is indoor seating, but basically represents the restaurant and bar breakfast seating area. And then just a small casual lounge just inside the lobby between the front desk and the elevators. And then the pink area is what we refer to as back of house. We have laundry back here, the office is here, maintenance, and the mechanical areas for boilers and such. Moving up, in the breakfast / bar area, we're looking to provide, a lakeshore / nautical theme, and that would tie in very nice to that area. We anticipate a lot of local art and folklore in that lobby public space area. A typical guest room floor will have 27 rooms. These will be divided up into junior suites, kings, double queens. Some rooms are adjoining. So a real nice blend. And then as you can see here, balconies on all the west facing rooms and a couple of the east facing rooms. The typical Hampton room has very fun, fresh, I think comfortable, family oriented. It's our desire that, we put a smile on the guest's face from the time they walk in through the room. And then, even at night having a cocktail, beside the vibrant colors, this 55-inch TV, free Wi-Fi, coffee maker, refrigerator, microwave, and, nice, fresh restrooms and shower. Talking a little more about this, about the site. So I mentioned the site lighting. This is the monument sign that would be proposed along with the linear letters at the top. This is a 10-foot sign. It's the smallest sign that Hilton, has in their package. I mentioned the masonry dumpster enclosure and the other amenities. So bocce ball, volleyball, or shuffleboard, fireplaces or fire pits, and then just casual seating. We have worked with the city to determine that there is sufficient water there and sanitary that's been discussed. Basically, as we've worked really closely with several departments in the city, there were really 3 areas that needed special attention. One is, despite the fact there's sufficient water, there's not sufficient locations for the fire department to connect. So the only way to add another fire hydrant down in this area was to extend this already dead-end loop. So working with the Department of Public Works, came up with this idea to extend this water main up here to Harbor Drive. And that does 3 things really. It resolves its water issue with the fire department connection, and then eliminates this dead end leg here and the dead end leg here. So the thought was that in working together, this would be a win-win situation. As a developer, we would pay for the engineering of this, and then we would split the cost of this leg here. The second issue that's been discussed is detention. So there are 3 ways to get rid of storm water. It can be stored underneath the parking lot, but then that outflow would go out to the river. And or a direct outflow out to the river, or this detention pond. And the reason this was desirable is it solved two other issues of flooding, and that was at the north end of the First Street parking here and down by the tennis courts. So depending on, on how deep this is, if it needs a fence, then it would get a fence. But, it's not just handling the hotel stormwater, it's also handling these areas that have flooded in the past. Parking has been mentioned, so 90% of our parking is on site, but we would add this parking in these areas, and all this parking would be on a first come, first served basis. So it adds additional parking that we would provide. We've also provided a curb cut up here, as requested by the city, that would allow easier flow for guests with trailers or just general traffic in and out of the boat launch parking. Some of the, the economic positive impacts. Yeah, we anticipate 35 new jobs and over 100, for a year, there'll be really hundreds of construction workers that will be in the area living, eating, shopping. These hourly wage jobs from $11 to $17 plus some salary positions. And we anticipate 65,000 guests a year. And the thing that's different about this hotel than the others is the national branding. The Hilton loyalty program is one of the largest in the world. That will bring guests who would typically just be driving by Manistee, will bring them to Manistee. We just converted an unbranded hotel in Holland to a Hilton property. And in the first 2 months, we've seen 3 times the reservations that we saw prior. So we know the loyalty program will work to bring in the guests to help us meet those anticipated occupancy rates. The MEDC has done a study that shows Manistee, the average overnight guest spends $158, but the average for the state is $283 a night, which is a significant impact to Manistee. And obviously, there'd be several $100,000 of incremental property tax. Any questions?
I think one thing, Tom, I'd like to add really quick too is on the room decor side of the project. That slide you showed is that's a standard Hampton and room decor package, and we would model it more after the remodel we just put on our Hampton in Holland, which is more of a Lakeshore themed package, a lot more of the blues to complement what you saw as our kind of design intent there for the lobby space. So it'll speak to that a little bit more. The other thing is we're planning on a lot of our junior suites adjoining 2 kings or the 2 clean rooms to allow for the families to have that king suite space for mom and dad, and then also the 2 queens for the kids. I'm trying to think if there's anything else more. I think I'm good at this point, and we'll continue on with the rest of the group and the presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Now, if any commissioner has any questions.
I do.
Shall we?
Start with the, this is probably for Peter or Tom, one of the two of you. The economic impact to Manistee and the county. I read some of the information and set me straight on the numbers. So it said 2.75 guests per room on average. Obviously that 7.75 is likely going to be a child. If we're averaging. The average spend that was shown to us is this state of Michigan, which I think is probably definitely overstated. And I think off-peak season, I'm actually good with the average annual number of 60%. I think that's probably a good number for average occupancy. I know that in the summertime and during peak season, Manistee doesn't have enough hotel rooms. So, but that basing it on the state average spend and 2.75 occupants per room on 60%, that puts it at 18 million. I think it's pretty well overstated for this area. And so I'm glad you gave us the other number for Manistee County. I think that gives it a little bit better perspective. I'm curious where you think that number is actually going to come in.
So I think we're honestly going to be closer to that $258. I don't have the number right here in front of me. Than the county average, and the reason why I would say that is because of a couple of things. One, location. Two, the brand recognition. The current properties within at least the immediate area, with the exception of the casino, are all Wyndham branded properties. So they're all their guests are part of the Wyndham Rewards program. In the hotel space, the Hilton and the Marriott programs from a loyalty standpoint are the number one and number two program. And depending on what name tag the person you're dating has on, they'll argue one way or the other on which one performs better than the other. And, you know, Hampton Inn is kind of that lead person brand when you talk about corporate travel that's approachable by both blue collar and white collar travelers for the off season. So when we look at all of that coming together, the demographic of the guests that the property will attract will have typically a little bit higher spending budget in the community than a Wyndham guest. And then couple that all in together with the demand from the corporate travel and all that stuff in the expense reports. That also includes, though, in that 250 number that's airfare, that's ground transportation, whether it be a cab or gas or car rental, etc., food and beverage and shopping. So of that number, I believe it was 76 point some percent was actually spent in facilities outside of the hotel. It was not room revenue. So we can kind of go back and forth on where that exactly falls, but but you know, I think the important part is it's going to bring a lot of new people into Manistee. Where we come up with the 2.7 guests, 2.75 guests per room is that's the annual average people per room. So, you know, if you put a family of 4 in a room tonight and then a corporate gal in the room tomorrow night, you know, that averages out to, you know, 2.5 basically. So that's kind of how that math works. You know, this is done by the MEDC, so we can get more information, but the state spends a lot of time and effort on these statistics. And Dave Lorenz was a big help when I reached out to him to get more information in regards to specifically our impact on Manistee and how it will support the businesses and the restaurants around us. So personally, as a guy with a few restaurants, I don't know a restaurant out there that wouldn't want a slice of the additional pie. So it's been a tough year all the way around for our industry. So.
Chairman Whitliff, this is Mark Miller. I have information later in my presentation that will break down these numbers.
Okay.
And go through, and I'll ask for Pete's help because he obviously knows these numbers. So I will have a visual representation to walk you through what this means for.
All right. Well,
I'll pull up my sheet too, Mark, so I'm better prepared for the question.
Any other questions? Mick, do you have anything?
Yeah, this is Mick Szymanski. First of all, Tom, Pete, thanks for your interest in Manistee. You know, again, this is a big country and there's a lot of places, but I can see why you were drawn to this this particular property, because it is a gem. It is a one of a kind, as people have mentioned, from Chicago to Mackinac. There really isn't anything quite like this particular piece of property. So, and you've heard a lot of the comments. So my question is, why 108 rooms? Why a 5-story property?
Mm-hmm. So a couple of things. One, Nick, you hit it straight on. I mean, this is a gem of a piece of property, and I'm honored to be able to sit in front of you tonight to be considered to be part of the Manistee community. Really, I guess I'll circle around to the question, but you know, we take a lot of pride in our assets and we over invest in it. And one of the comments that I consistently heard in the letters is, you know, in 40 years, are we going to be back to where we're at today? And I'd like to say absolutely not, because of the way our family prides ourselves in our properties and our quality of asset, also of customer service. And so we reinvest in our properties at I guess that we keep them at the nines. Our Hampton Inn in Holland, Michigan, it's a 22-year-old property. Tom just got done wrapping up a almost $7 million renovation on that property. And it wasn't it was more just cosmetic. It was just because, you know, it was time. The decor has changed. It wasn't beat up. It was still in great shape. So, so there's why 5 stories? Honestly, it's for the business case. To get to the build cost out there, the added cost with, you know, you got to protect for the sand. You know, sand's going to live in every crevice of that property. And then also the land costs and stuff like that. Typically at Hampton Inn, you'd be looking at a land cost of under $500,000, and you'd be running around 2.5 to 3 acres on a typical site. And so, you know, it costs a little bit more to go up, obviously. And then also adding the food and beverage components and the indoor pool, indoor hot tub components underneath the rooms like that to carry the structure becomes pretty expensive. Now, we're planning on the building being a light gauge steel building with concrete floor pans. So that way, you know, it'll be a quiet building, well constructed, and you know, should handle the noise, the wind, and from an energy standpoint, should be pretty efficient.
Okay. Some other areas. One of my concerns is that, you know, basically the exterior, was no real consideration to the roof line. And again, you have tree canopies around you that will, I'm assuming from what I've heard, that most of the tree canopy that exists will remain. Is that correct?
I'll have to defer to Tom on that. He had a survey done, or we have a survey done that shows the trees that would remain, because we looked at trying to turn the building a little bit on the site plan to save a couple more trees. And so I'd have to defer to Tom on that.
Okay. So
we're going to lose 10 of the main trees. Is that what you said, Tom? Okay.
See, the point that I'm making is currently right now that tree canopy basically has already hides the view for the residents in that area. And again, and it also shelters the hotel. So it isn't the, you know, kind of obvious big brick in the middle of a beach landscape that people have suggested because of the treescape. That's why I think it's important. I also think it's important to treat the roof line, because that will be somewhat visible for a good part of the year. I went on sites perusing what other Hampton Inns had come up with, and the Hampton Inn at Orlando North in Alto Monte Springs It looks in basically a very similar structure, 5 stories. However, 2 things that I noticed. First of all, they did a marvelous job treating the roof line, and it gave it a little bit of that Victorian feel that you hear some of the residents comment about. Secondly, by having a 3-tone paint, if you look at that from the larger pictures, it looks like a 3-story hotel. Your eye is viewing the 3 and not the 5 stories. So from an aesthetic standpoint, I think it also makes a big impact on how people are going to view that property in the future. So I would hope that those would be things that as the plans become more finalized, that we address. Also, a couple of people mentioned, and I have to agree with, you know, the biggest feature to the community is going to be the views. So we may be taking some views away, but how can we give back some of that view? And I believe that one of the people that wrote to the newspaper suggested a bar top restaurant. And I think that is an excellent idea. First of all, it fits more into the pub, because now you really are giving something to the community that is special. You're giving the community an opportunity to see the lake in its awesome ways from a view that doesn't exist really anywhere else in our area. And not only that, from a rooftop perspective, you're going to be able to see all the way down the river. When the ships come in, you're going to be able to watch them going in from the harbor almost all the way to the marina. To me, not having that venue, first of all, I think you're missing out on a lot of customers. But second of all, it's something that I think that the community, even though they may have some difficulties early on embracing a large structure because they're used to, you know, the 40-room kind of hidden motel that has existed there for 60 years. But I think now you give them something to replace that is something special, and that is views of the lake and the river that they've never had before.
Specifically on that front, the 2 reasons, really big reasons why we do not have anything on the roof at this point is, one, that would push us into the 6th floor, and I didn't know how that would come over. I know there's a lot of concern about the height already of the property. The other thing, it would allow maybe for some event space up there, which could be pretty nice for, you know, weddings and meetings and stuff. But I did hear from a few of the event spaces in town that they weren't necessarily excited about more competition, and they were more excited about nice venues for their guests to stay at. So we really kind of left that live for those 2 reasons. From a cost to add standpoint and business case, you know, I would have to defer to Tom on that. I know it's going to get pretty expensive because I think we become a quote unquote high rise, which changes a lot of the codes and stuff when we get up there. But from a, you know, so from a business case, I'm not sure, you know, how it fits, because I mean, honestly, we wanted to avoid the high rise. I know those construction costs changed completely. And then also, again, we're trying to stay under the tree canopy overall.
Right. Well, you know, what I'm really suggesting is a seasonal cabana bar on the roof and access, not necessarily a 6th floor. So, you know, again, if you look at like the Indigo Hotel in Traverse City, something similar to that. So adapt your thinking. I agree. I don't think, you know, although it would be interesting to have a venue like that, I don't think that's what we're interested in. But a seasonal venue to enjoy the lake and the river, and again, much more doable, much more affordable. I don't think that's, you know, a cabana bar type operation like, and I think the Park Place, I looked at on the internet and there were about 5 or 6 that popped up that are in our local area near to me. And that's basically what I'm suggesting, that would basically sell this more as a PUD than what you're currently offering. To be honest, you know, there really are going to be very limited views from the ground level restaurant and bar because of the environment that already exists there. You have buildings, you have walls, and you have you're going to retain part of the dune. So it's not going to be like you're going to be able to see the waves lapping on the shore. The other concern that I have, and again, this is going back into a lot of the comments, is with the light pollution, not only from how the lighting plan was originally presented, but also from the sign. And I was pleased to hear that you were thinking or having it monitored and dimmed. I'm assuming this is also the sign that is on the building.
Yes.
Okay. But when I looked at that same property, that Hampton Inn in Orlando, that was not, you know, again, if you look at it, that is not a 10-foot monument sign that they have in front of that building. Not anywhere close to that. And I would suggest, because there, again, you're looking at how do we get a population that is not really excited about this to at least be comfortable with the outcomes. And one of that is not having this huge glaring sign kind of glowing into their living rooms. And I think that by having a reasonable monument sign similar to what we have in the overlay district on 31 and ground lit, I think does the same thing. You're not going to have to worry about people finding this property. I guarantee you. You know, again, all roads lead to First Street Beach in Manistee, and you're going to be right at the tail end of it. So this is going to be truly a unique destination resort, not just a hotel, in my estimation, if it proceeds as it's envisioned. So those are my comments. And basically the questions are, you know, why and can you?
So the proposed sign is their standard, you know, Hampton prototype sign. We can ask to go smaller. I will be honest with you, Hampton is a very prototype based brand. They like to stick behind their mousetrap. Tom and I have had numerous conversations with Shruti, who's the global head of the Hampton brand, around this project specifically and around the bar restaurant and around the exterior look are two big things that she did bless us to do, which are out of her norm. But I'm not opposed to asking for more. There will be a point in time when she taps us on the shoulder and says, "No more, Pete. You get no more favors."
Right.
So I just want to make sure that the asks that we put forward are what, you know, we in the community need and want.
Sure.
On the sign, I can fully appreciate the concern on the sign. The Hampton Inn sign is a darker blue color, so it's not very bright overall. The building signs are red, but they're not I would say Vegas-esque at all. You know, and I know everybody's concerned when you see even the red kind of trim around the logo. You're like, ooh, man, don't light that up. And it's not. It's a backlit. It's pretty low level. So.
Mark, could I ask another question?
Yep, go ahead. Any of the commissioners want to ask? Go ahead.
I have a concern about, and I don't know if this is probably a two-part question, one for the planners and the project. Zoning is currently R1. Why does this fall within the request for a PUD and not, I'm assuming the existing structure would have to be demolished and a new project in its place. So how do you reconcile or how do you get from R1 to what is obviously commercial without having it zoned?
I can take that if you want me to, Shelley. So currently it is R1, but prior to the zoning that's in place now, I can't say what was there, but it's been grandfathered in for that use. Their proposed is a special use permit, which is the planned unit development. The big aspect of the planned unit development is that it has multiple uses and there are multiple public uses. And that's where the hotel has the hotel space, but also the restaurant, the bar area. That's where the residents too can come in on board with that. So I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Can I follow up on that? They read that very long letter from Doug Parks. Has our legal people reviewed this, and are we comfortable that going forward with this PUD is legally sound?
Mike, you want to take this one?
So if you're looking for a formal review of what they're requesting to go to George, you know, we can definitely do that. I think with what Doug had said is, you know, the PUD that's within the city allows for a lot of flexibility within it, just as any special use does. To say one way or another, if it's appropriate is more your guys' call, but things that Doug did touch on are essential to good planning practices, looking at your master plan, your future land use map, etc. We looked at it as well for that property in general, and as Doug had said, it's been left off of the map. One thing that you will notice is that whole area is actually zoned R1, but R1 allows for planned unit developments in it. So that was a portion of the ordinance that is allowable. So there is certain aspects of this that you can look at it, but you know, allowing for creative and innovative design that wouldn't normally be allowed within the zoning ordinance is a part of that planned unit development. That's why you're seeing like things that such as like within the setbacks, there's the storage building on the southeast corner. You're seeing the dumpster down there. But just like with many other special uses, these are you know, you're allowed to, the zoning ordinance allows for the flexibility if the planning commission feels it's appropriate and in line with the city master plan and the future land use map. However, you know, there's an argument to be made that when this was zoned, it was left off. I wouldn't say it's forgotten, but the area, if they were to zone that commercial or commercially, it would have created the quote unquote spot zone that he was trying to avoid, because this is a very unique property. There is nothing else out there like this. But, you know, one thing I did want to bring up and say is there's a large R1 property on the southwest of town within the city that if, let's say a planned unit development, it was split and divided, and it's one of the largest parcels within the city, and a planned unit development was proposed there, nobody would be upset about it. The very uniqueness of this property is what is causing that to come into question. The planned unit development with the city's application of it is what is allowing for the flexibility in the zoning ordinance to allow for this, as well as signage and other things that you normally wouldn't be allowed. What Zach said is about the mixed use is correct too. Without it, this wouldn't be going forward. So they have to have that bar within that area the availability of it being open to the public, you know, that might be a stipulation you guys make, but you know, as far as the legality of it, as far as like an actual check or sign off from the city attorney, that hasn't taken place yet. So if you guys would like to go that route, we can always do that. But as of right now, with the flexibility allowable within the PUD, they had checked all the boxes to move forward to this point.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. This goes to somewhere on the structural integrity of the building. On a 5-story building, we're on a lakefront, basically a sandy area. In all the plans I've seen nothing of a foundation or soil boring logs. And I'm working that type of details. So I haven't seen any of that. So I'm concerned about what is the building going to be standing on for a building of that height and nature.
Yeah, I'll let Tom slide in here because we have done some geotech.
Yeah, we've done the soil borings, and basically the building would be set on spread footings. You know, it is sand, but has great compactability, if you will. So.
Nope, he froze up.
He locked.
Yeah, he froze up.
Either that or he's just speechless.
Peter, if you can hear, he's frozen.
Same with Peter. He's frozen.
He's Peter.
No, Tom's frozen. Peter's.
Okay, just to go back and touch on what you were saying, Shelley, is until we get them unfrozen. Within section 1869, the statement of intent of a PUD is, it is the purpose of this section to permit flexibility in the regulation of land development and to encourage innovation and variety in land use and design projects. The basic provisions concerning planning and developments are the subdivision development and the use of land as an integral unit combining more than one primary land use, which may provide for single family residential, multifamily residential, education, business, commercial, recreation, park, and common use areas, which are compatible with one another and provide efficient use of the land. And the objectives of this planning and development and standards shall be to permit flexibility in the regulation of land development, to encourage innovation of land use and a variety of design and layouts and types of structures constructed, to achieve economy and efficiency in the land use, natural resources, energy, and the providing of public services and utilities, to encourage the useful open space and to provide improved housing, employment, and shopping opportunities, particularly suited to the needs and residents of the state and the city, and to encourage innovative use, reuse, and improvement of the existing sites and buildings. So that's really what's laid out there. I don't want to say that Doug cherry picked certain aspects but you know, he was writing a letter, so.
Thank you.
I think Tom's back.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Marlene.
I'm not really happy with all the parking because you have more people coming to the hotel, people employed there, guests coming to see people at the hotel and stuff. And to put a few parking places in our park and basketball courts and everything else is not the solution. And when you go to the beach in the summertime, that beach is used an awful lot. We've had a lot of erosions. We've lost part of our sandy beach. I just don't, you have a horrible time now finding a place to park. And I don't think that's the solution. And secondly, you talk about putting in a volleyball court and shuffleboard. Where do you plan to put that, since there's not a whole lot of property there left when you're done putting everything else? And thirdly, how often do you maintain the buildings there? A lot of hotels go up and once they're built, they never maintain them again. How often do you renovate outside and inside? 10 years, 20 years? What is the time frame on that?
So taking those comments in reverse order, the brands will routinely inspect the hotel, number one. And they're typically on about a 7-year to 9-year complete remodel. So that typically means new beds, headboards, carpets, paints. So a nationally branded hotel has much stricter standards on how often they get remodeled. Plus, as Pete mentioned earlier, you know, we don't build hotels to flip them. We build them to own them and operate them. So this property will be maintained much better than most. And you know, if you ever find yourself in the Holland area where we have 20-year-old properties, you can walk in them and you would swear they're only 3 to 4 years old. So they're what I would say is routinely remodeled. On the site plan, it shows a bocce court or beach volleyball. There actually is space to do that up front. And as far as the parking goes, basically, except for 18 spots, we meet the requirements and of the city. And we again work to provide a solution and you know, to get sufficient parking.
Yeah, I would also piggyback on the parking is, you know, the only time we're going to need those is when we're 100% sold out. And so, I mean, the reality of the use of them is going to be overnight. Of course, the only people that will park in them are the people that are there late. You know, our parking lot is going to be empty. I mean, hours of the day, probably 60% of the day, there's going to be more than half the parking lot empty year round, which anybody's welcome to park in. So the reality, so the need for the spaces that we are putting within the park itself will not only improve the access to parking within the park, but also really be a rarity that we need the hotel. Yeah.
Did Bob get his questions answered?
No, I didn't. That's when he got cut off on me.
Sorry.
I'd like to see the soil boring data personally myself, because I've been in the field for 40 some years, so I understand how that stuff works. I'd like to actually see stuff, what your data is for the soil borings, so I can make my own decisions on stuff like that. I know you may have talked about it in your other stuff, but I haven't seen the plans for it, and I'd like to at least see the boring data.
Yeah, we can pass that on.
I've got a couple of questions. I actually would like to backtrack a little bit about the signage. You seem to kind of insinuate that there's only so much changes that you can make, like in the size. And does that mean that you are going to insist on having Hampton Inn and Suites on the west side of the building as well?
So we can go back to the brands, specifically like with the monument sign. You know, they do have a directional sign that is smaller. So that's a waiver we could request. And, you know, we could easily request to not have a sign on the west side as well, because those signs aren't cheap. And so
it would save you a lot of money. I think it also would go a long way. And
so it'd be more likely that, you know, they would accept that.
Right. And honestly, the west sign is redundant anyways, because if you haven't figured out that the Hampton Inn is in that property by then, you'll never figure it out.
That's true. One other thing, how amenable are you guys to changing like the exterior of the building? Because I think most people's comments was that it wasn't really very attractive. It looked a little inexpensive, especially for the type of hotel that you claim that you want to be putting in there, be a little bit higher end.
We can work with the with the architects and engineers to take another stab at the exterior. Obviously, then we have to run it back up the chain at Hilton. I guess I would defer to you guys on that process and stuff that, you know, and I'd love more comments, I guess, around what you'd like to see changed on the exterior. I am not an exterior designer. I know what I like and I don't like. I'll be first and foremost with that. I think, you know, the first rendering that came out, obviously everybody wanted to see something, and the easy with the brands is go with the prototype, right? Just throw the prototype out there, and
yeah, it didn't work.
Right, well, and I didn't expect it to be fully transparent. I never expected that to fly, but you know, at the end of the day, I know that would get approved. You know, unfortunately, I have two bosses, my family and Hilton in this situation. So, you know, just trying to make everybody happy is half the battle, right?
Yeah. My other comment probably has to be saved for later on, because I have a big problem with this containment pond. I really do. So I think that's probably going to be addressed later on, though.
Yeah, I had questions about that too, because I know there's a proposal, I believe, for an outdoor amphitheater of some sort, or to expand the concert venue.
The amphitheater is actually not anywhere near that site. The amphitheater is what used to be, we referred to as the kite park. It's adjacent to the Lions pavilions.
Okay. Okay.
It's where that big tree is in the field.
Yeah, and that big tree would be the backdrop, and then the lighthouse would be what you would see through the pavilion if the rendering comes to life.
Okay, that makes more sense. But again, too, we're talking a lot of parking for 2,500 people that might come down there. I think that this project has a lot of potential, but as many people have touched on, this is a, you know, probably once in a lifetime, or at least in this area, piece of property with a view, and obviously means a lot to the community. And this body has a lot to consider when it comes to legality, taking into consideration people's idea of their community, and what changing and granting that special unit permit might do to the adjacent properties. I know exactly which piece of property Mike's talking about, because that's the one that's been in my mind. And I am for pro-economic development. But I think that we as a body need to very carefully consider, is this the right project? And to get it right before we say, well, we hope you do this. You know, we'll give you a few pointers. We hope you do this. The legal portion of it, Mick brought a very good point up. I think that at a minimum, it needs to have a legal review.
Roger, do you have a comment? Question?
Muted, Roger.
Yes, thank you, sir, and Mark, and everybody else. I've got two. One might be for Bob's case. If we had I didn't notice an environmental impact statement in this blueprint, that might help as far as the condition of the property. And the second question I have to the applicant would be, how Suburban Inn had chose Manistee? If they could add, just because it's a beautiful site, or are they looking to upgrade, or what? Why wouldn't there any other hotels, I guess you say, or not looking at it? I don't know. Could they answer that?
So specifically,
how did you choose?
I'm getting a little bit of feedback, but specifically why Manistee for us, it was a really unique site and hotel property that hit the market, that
came across a friend of mine's desk who's in the real estate business, and he brought it to our attention and said, "What do you think of Manistee?" And I'm like, "I love Manistee. I love to go up there and go golfing and hang out." We drive up that way a lot. You know, I will be honest with you, my kid's first time on First Street Beach was this summer when we were up there looking at it. But, you know, Tom has got a long history up in Onekama of growing up as a kid. I've got a many of friends with cottages up that way. We've been to Crystal 100 times, you know, just the whole coastline. My family, my kids go to Zeeland Public School, so we head north regularly, and that just, you know, I probably had ice cream cones at House of Flavors there, right at
Sure.
You know.
Okay, thank you for that. But what I've got here now is a news flash from your suburbaninns.com, and it states that the Hampton Inn and Suites Hilton Hotel Ventures Manistee LLC, Lake Michigan, Lakeshore Hotel, Manistee River. Now this was December 9th of 2020. The first statement says that the Suburban Inns, who owns and operates hotels across Michigan, has been contracted by Hotel Ventures Manistee LLC to build a new hotel to replace the Lakeshore Motel. Now, this is December 9th, 2020. So were you planning on this a year ago?
We came across the listing last fall. And so the way that the structure works is Suburban Inns is our management company. And
right.
Then our family and a couple of friends are the owners of the real estate. So the way that works is my family, a couple of my friends and stuff would invest in the holding company, which would be Hotel Ventures Manistee, and then they would hire Suburban Inns to manage it and to construct it.
So there's a little bit of a background here I wasn't aware of. I was under the impression the couple that owned it wanted to retire, put it on the market, and you guys bid on it, I guess. I don't know. So there's some background to it. All right. Well, that was my thought. But another thing, I happened to look at your Hampton Inn catalog for hotels, and I think, according to what I could see, you could probably update the exterior to a little more palatable as far as the community goes. I mean, there are designs out there that are not difficult. But anyhow, thank you for your presentation. I'm good, Mark.
Okay.
Thank you, Roger.
Well, I guess I'll save the best to last, even though that's not me. I have a few questions. So as far as the Hampton under your brand, the Suburban Inns, have you given any thought to Hilton Garden or Marriott rather over a Hampton for this location?
Yeah, so specifically, a few months ago, we had a conversation with a few of the stakeholders in the Gateway project, and they had alluded to, a boutique brand. And so I had some thoughts, I guess, personally on the hotel branding side of things that might work well with that project, which would lead them down more of a Marriott path. And so also with Hampton being more of the family-friendly brand, and it's kind of a lead first into the market from just a corporate and leisure value proposition for families and approachable by corporate, I guess is what I'm trying to say, travelers, that it is the first kind of entry into a market for the brands. With Marriott, they were trying to push for like a Spring Hill Suites, but that brand doesn't have the draw that we feel we need in the off season to make sure that the project's successful. Hilton Garden Inn is very similar to where this project's going from a kind of a design facilities standpoint. Again, Hilton Garden Inn struggles to pull leisure business into the property, albeit in the summer. I don't think a brand wouldn't be needed to pull
people into the property, obviously. The location alone would speak for that. But it's the other 8 months of the year that we're looking to attract, the girlfriend's getaway, the guy's golf trip, the snowmobile trip, the snow skiing, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, fishing, etc. And the Hampton Inn brand just always comes back to the first and kind of go-to for everybody. So that's how we landed back at the Hampton Inn brand.
Okay.
For those that don't know the difference, could you just give a brief description of what the difference between the two is?
Yeah, so a Hampton Inn room and a Hilton Garden Inn room are very similar in design and layout. The difference really is going to come down to Hilton Garden Inn is going to require at least 5,000 square feet of meeting space in the property, but not more than 10. You can sometimes get a waiver and go with less, but they do have a bar and restaurant inside the property. That is a brand standard. The Hampton Inn offers a free continental breakfast, a hot continental breakfast, where Hilton Garden Inn is pay for breakfast. Mm-hmm. And so it's more of that kind of foray into full service with more of a limited service mentality at a Hilton Garden Inn, where Hampton Inn is kind of the brand leader in the limited service market, where it's, the free cooked order or the free continental breakfast, the free Wi-Fi, the larger rooms, and those types of amenities, I guess.
Thank you.
All right. With this hotel, in the plans, you don't have a meeting conference room. To me, that's kind of missing the boat. This would be an excellent getaway for company conferences. Mm-hmm. So looking at the plans, across from the exercise area, you have a large laundry. Maybe that could be turned into a conference center, conference room, and the laundry, could that be moved out to the utility building?
So Mark, I echo that sentiment. And that's one of the things that even before this meeting, I said to Tom today, I said, I think one of the misses right now is that we do not have some sort of meeting space, and really based around, in my mind, kind of small corporate retreat mindset, 20, 30 people. When you get to the 100-person ballroom to do a nice small wedding, parking is going to become another conversation that we have again. And obviously that's come up a few times as an issue. So that concerns me. But we've talked as much of, do we push laundry even into a basement situation, and really getting our minds around the water table and the heights needed to do that if you went subgrade with laundry, which we've done in a number of our properties. And same thing with some of the mechanical, we can push that down sometimes. So the team's looking at that from just purely a cost standpoint, and what does that entail? And, if we're going to get into groundwater issues, then it's probably not worth the fight. But it is on our radar, sir.
Okay. I mean, what in the utility building that's outside, what is housed in there? What will be housed?
Mm-hmm. So outside of the dumpster and the recycling will be like the summer patio furniture, that kind of stuff. Just a place to park it for the winter.
I mean, wouldn't it, and I'm not a hotelier, but moving, well, I know you talked a little bit about it, but moving the laundry out there, is there any negative from the franchise or the corporation that you have laundry outside of the footprint of the hotel in another building?
I mean, I don't think it would be unheard of. There is, in big cities, it's common to have offsite laundry and actually truck it away. From an efficiency standpoint for the team, they come down the elevator and there's a door that goes right into the laundry room. so, you know, the winters pushing it across the parking lot sometimes becomes a challenge. But yeah, from getting it outside of the box, it is, it's productive space because we need clean linens and we need them, you know, turned. But yeah, at the end of the day, I would much rather it personally be a meeting room. You know, from a feasibility, I don't know if it's feasible to move it out there, but I think it would probably, you know, it would definitely make sense to take a look at moving it in, at least into the basement. And again, with the mechanicals too, if we could move some of that in there, that cleans up a lot of that really valuable first floor space.
Well, I mean, even in the off season, having a meeting conference room, 25, 30 people would help the occupancy, excuse me, of the hotel, profitability. So you will look at that and
yeah, it's on the architect's radar as they start getting into engineering. When they get more into that, you know, we had to get the building as far as we could obviously for this meeting, but we didn't want to spend a lot of money on engineering something if it had to change or any of that stuff. So it is on their short list of items to take a look at.
That's great. I have other questions. So getting back to the storage building, right now it's just a block building. Is there any way to create a different facade on that, paint it, make it look nice rather than just a block building? Or it would look like a wall.
Right. And it is unfortunately one of those things that you're not going to focus on, but you're going to see for sure. And right now, I think the plan is split face block. We'll probably work to add a band or two around it to give it some character with the block. And yeah, we can add some more tone to it. And going back to the comment about the building itself and adding a third tone to it, I think we'll give that a lot of aesthetic, you know, and increase the pleasure of that view. And we'll probably carry it then through the shed, if you will, or dumpster enclosure. The whole goal of that being split face block is durability. Obviously with trash and dumpsters and trash trucks and everything else, and then washability. It's easy to pressure wash off to keep it looking clean, and it doesn't dent or ding or anything. So we've done it on a number of them, and it's been the best solution so far when it comes to just longevity.
Just having a plain block building or something with tones and different type of block?
Oh, well, no, we're definitely into that. I'm just saying versus like an EFIS material or you know, block versus like EFIS or some sort of, you know, not as strong of a material, if you will, durable material.
Okay. All right. Rooftop bar. I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon with Mick. Even having a rooftop bar would be a huge asset to the hotel. You may run into some issues that people would be upset because they couldn't get in because that place will be full. What a great revenue stream for the summer and late or early fall, late spring. With the views of Lake Michigan and the lower Laker traffic that we enjoy here in Manistee, there's nothing better. When a lower Laker comes in, the riverfront is packed with people. Night or day, it is packed. So I think it would be an awesome thing to have a rooftop bar, similar to the Hotel Indigo that Mick mentioned. Looking at the pictures today, it is nice. You get a great view of Grand Traverse Bay.
Well, and that's not as elaborate too as Tom and I were originally envisioning. You know, we were envisioning something that almost covers 2/3 of that floor, and you know, then you know our minds start going when, okay, well, if we do a banquet space, and you know, is the stairwells wide enough for egress, and you know what I mean, all those things that go into it, opposed to, you know, something like the Indigo where it's a bar and a nice patio and
shop in the morning.
It's a lot more affordable to construct than what Tom and I had going through our minds.
I mean, it has to be nice because the city, the residents will use this constantly. But you don't have to have a kitchen upstairs or a restaurant, or serve food. You can just have a drink or so and enjoy the sunset. So not the sunrise, but the sunset.
It's hard to go all day if you don't start early, sir.
The patio, the front patio, it seems a little small. I think it's 20 by 30. Is there a way to improve that or make it larger to accept more guests, especially out in the summer?
I would have to yield to Tom on the size.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if that's all the bigger it is, yes, I have a high desire to make it a lot bigger than that. I have not personally put a tape on it yet. So
the outdoor space is a little underwhelming. I think it would be utilized a lot because that beach gets very crowded. And if you were fortunate enough to have a hotel room, you could use that front space.
And this is on the outside. Have any of your properties have rentals for bikes or water toys or anything like that? Well, probably not water toys, but bikes.
Yes, at our Embassy Suites, we do. We're partnered up with a company, and I can't remember the name of them. It's a bike shop downtown that they partnered up with. It's a shame because that property opened up and then COVID hit is just as it was ramping up. So the success of that program, I can't speak to yet because it hasn't had a fair shake yet, but from a concept, I love it.
In the city of Manistee, if I can just jump in, the city of Manistee is actually working a contract with somebody on the beach. So it would be possible, I think, that's not happening anymore. I'll ask to Jeff because he was working that.
Well, it was a 1-year agreement, and he never fulfilled the offering that he requested.
Okay.
No.
I think there might be an opportunity to go back. I think COVID kind of put a monkey wrench in a lot of plans like that. So I think there still may be an opportunity. So it's worth
it's a nice little perk for the guests. Because Manistee is nice to bike.
It's very reachable too.
Yes, the downtown is about a mile away if you wanted to bike up there, or bike over to Fifth Avenue too. So it's laid out quite nicely. And I'll go back to the bar question. Liquor license. What are you gonna do about a liquor license?
We typically, with all of our properties except for one, apply for a resort or a Class C Hotel B license through economic development, basically, and purchase it that way.
Okay.
So,
all right. And then I know Tom talked a little bit about the restaurant, about the offerings that you'll have, and I kind of missed a couple. So Tom, if you could go through that again.
Yeah, I actually, I hate to speak for the chef because they always get mad at me later, but that's okay. I'll wear that one. And my computer will not freeze up on me here a second. Come on, computer. I'm pulling up the list because I went through a couple of our lists very similar to, in our other properties that have a similar bar. So on the appetizer front, the wings, like a truffle fry with some aiolis, nachos, a Perch Burger Club sandwich, hamburgers, tacos. We have a really fabulous banh taco that we're doing, and some fish tacos, artisan hand-tossed pizzas. And then on an entree front, we'll probably do a perch, a salmon. We'll have a chicken, maybe. And then probably a little, to continue the taco thing, a little Mexican flair with a burrito. At our sports bars, we have a really killer a beef burrito that actually is out of this world. So a good offering, obviously not getting too big because the kitchen will be limited. We anticipate 1 to 2 cooks year round, maybe 3 on a hopping summer weekend. And then server wise, they'll have a bartender and then probably 2 or 3 servers. And in the way we set up our bars is they move quick. It's really productive, and it's provides great service and great atmosphere.
So it's going to be a sports bar type, or, I mean, what's the atmosphere?
Yeah, so the atmosphere will be more along the lines of that decor that Tom showed earlier. There'll be a handful of TVs in there, obviously, but tastefully placed. Some of the items I was talking about came off of our sports bar menu, but the nautical themed decor was more so for that lobby breakfast space that we were talking about. That was in Tom's presentation earlier.
How many seats were there?
164.
Yep.
110 in and
110 inside, 40 outside.
Only 40 outside?
54 outside is what Peter said earlier.
Yeah. And 110 inside.
Yeah.
110 and 54 is what Tom just confirmed. If we expand that patio, then hopefully, closer to 100 outside.
I'd love to see the patio expanded. It's only going to make it better for your business. I believe, and the entrance sign, 10 feet. That is really too high. I know you have to go back to Hilton to see what you can do, but a monument sign similar to what is out in the Arthur Street area where we have the marijuana retailing, the monument signs like that probably would go over better in this area. And something that probably Jeff will hit on, and Pam hit on this already, is the drainage ditch. So that is all my questions. So thank you so much.
And I've got one more that
Go ahead.
Just thought of. What's the pet policy going to be at the Hampton Inn here?
That's to be determined. Personally, I'm a dog lover. We have had mixed experiences with pets, to be honest with you. So right now it's service animals only. The issue is when the guests do not divulge there's a pet, and then the pet comes after the housekeeper when they go in the room, unsuspecting. Right. Yeah, that's always provides for interesting incident reports later, unfortunately. Yep. So we've had mixed experiences. I would love to come up with a way to have the guests give us a little more transparency on what's in the room before we walk into it. But unfortunately, we don't always get that information. So
One more quick question. How late would the restaurant be serving and the bar would be open? On your other properties, how late are they open?
11 or 12 typically, depending on the property. Right now, obviously we're regulated to 11 o'clock, but typically it's 12. Sometimes our full service sports bars, which are 260 seats inside and 100 outside, they're open till 1 on Friday and Saturday. But in a hotel setting with people sleeping, mom's right when she says nothing good happens after midnight. College might have been a little different of an attitude, but when you're dealing with guests, and I think we can all appreciate if you're the person sleeping on the other side of that door, you appreciate the midnight curfew, if you will.
That's fine.
Any other questions?
I have a question, Mark.
Okay.
So there's a rendering of the monument sign that's in the Orlando North Hotel. It's kind of a block sign. Is that something that Hampton normally approves? I know that that sign is typically looked at by at least some conversations I've had, that it's a sign that blends in with the monument sign well. It's a stone structure. It's not necessarily it would be a more beachy feel if I could. So I know that that's been discussed, but I just want to see, is that something that you could see Hampton signing off on?
I am pulling it up right now. Is it that first photo when you pull up there? Oh.
Yeah, if you just Google the hotel at Orlando North.
There's a couple of photographs that'll give you it also gives you what, I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of the planning commission, but this is what I think would be an acceptable roof line for the hotel. And like I said, if you look at the three-tone view, you're seeing a 3-story building more than you are a 5-story.
Zach, do you have that building with that sign on it so you could just show them real quick?
I just pulled it up here. Actually, it's because I did pull it up. Tom had mentioned the cornice detail in a conversation, but I didn't really dive into the whole property. But I'm looking at that sign now, and yeah, I mean, I would definitely bring that up to Shruti and get her blessing. I think at the end of the day, she's going to look at me and say, Pete, is that what gets the hotel built? And if I say yes, then she's going to say, go for it. You know, if I say, well, here's the other 500 things, then she might not love me so much anymore. So yeah, and I'll be honest with you guys, in the world of hotel development, we are a very small fish. Like again, family owned and operated right here in West Michigan. My parents were born and raised in Grand Rapids. You know, they got started in Sitting. So all of our properties are in Michigan. And, you know, I have a lot of friends in the business, but, you know, they're big time. I'm like, this is, you know, this for us is a big project. It's a big deal, and we're proud to be part of it. And that's just me speaking from my heart. So that is a good looking exterior. That's a different sign though than when they had in the picture. Right there.
They didn't end up putting that sign in. So the rendition, but I know it's
even the one that they ended up putting in is not like you're recommending. It is by scale. You can see just by the ground cover that this is probably 6 foot tall at the peak.
I think personally, Mick, I would go to Shruti if we're going to have that ask and say, can I do the linear sign like they had in that rendering?
Yeah.
Over the monument first. I mean, I don't want to tell you guys.
Sure.
That.
Well, yeah,
go
low.
Me do it.
Yeah,
But
that's right. Yeah,
very low.
But I'll swing that first and see if I can get some love. I'm willing to do it because I do agree. I think that would look good out there, you know, with some shrubbery around it and stuff like that.
And what do you think about how they did the roof line treatment?
I like that. The cornice is nice. Yes.
And the color, the toning of the colors, I think as well.
Are the architects on this call, Tom? I hope they're. Oh no, bummer. So I got to take good notes.
Somebody said it was being recorded.
Well, there you go. Even better. I'll send it to them.
Yeah.
Any other questions by the commissioners?
I'd invite Marlene to remind her it's *6 to unmute.
Yeah, I would just reiterate about utilizing that outdoor space, the balconies. While, you know, I know liabilities, the rest of it, and you could get a couple people out there, but it would be nice to have usable outdoor spaces on those balconies where people could sit and gather and watch those sunsets.
I don't know the size of them right off the top of my head, but I think on our other ones have 2 or 3 chairs and a little coffee table in between them.
Okay, that would be fine. See, the balconies are a nice touch, but it doesn't make the putt, right? It's not going to be, you know, what's going to make that a unique property from a PUD standpoint. Whereas I think the rooftop bar, expanded patios, the restaurant and the bar, those are the kinds of things that sell towards the making this a true PUD.
Marlene, you have anything?
No, my still biggest concern is parking. And with the rooftop bar, it's really a nice asset, but where are you going to park those people in the restaurant and bar? It just adds more parking problems down there.
Okay.
I will comment on that, Mark. They do meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance of 1 per room, one space per room. They additionally provided a space per parking or per employee of the restaurant, which is not a requirement of the zoning ordinance, but it was something that they offered up because they knew parking was going to be an issue. I'll let Jeff talk more about that, but.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
And to be honest, I mean, the only time there's a real parking issue, unless you're just don't want to walk, you know, more than a block, is on, you know, major weekends, the 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day. Other than that, if you park in the big parking lot, there's always seems to be parking spaces. Just that, you know, we're the mentality, we want to park in front of where we want to go. And then we're going to go and walk 5 miles down the beach, but we don't want to walk across the street to get to our car.
That is very true, sir. You know, the other reality is too, is at night when we're at capacity, you know, we're going to have a couple of staff members there too. I mean, the majority car wise that we'll have is when, you know, afternoon comes and it's a full load of housekeepers in there. So at night, you know, you'll have probably 4 bartenders / wait and kitchen on average, and then you'll have 1 or 2 at the front desk.
And how many on-site spaces are there?
And then, you know, most of the you know, with it being a family focused brand, most of them will have, you know, well, not most, but there'll be a good amount of the guests that will have 2 rooms per 1 car. You won't have a lot of it going the other way where there's 2 cars, 1 room. So we have not had an issue in our history of a 1-to-1 ratio at any of our properties. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, Peter and Tom, thank you. What I'll do is turn this over to Jeff McCullough for the city side.
Hey, Mark, could we have a real quick break before, because I think it's going to take a while.
Yeah, Jeff really, you know, goes on and on. So
I do.
Pam, I asked that question and to Mike and Zach, and during the public hearing, we have to go through the public hearing.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And then we'll be breaking right after the public comment.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
So you ready for me?
Go ahead, take it away, Jeff.
Okay, well, as you guys are aware, whenever projects come before you, they are always reviewed by a team of city staff members, and we make sure that our individual interests, the fire department looks at firefighting aspects. I'm representing the public works and specifically the utilities and infrastructure items, as well as the park impacts. And because this is, as has been mentioned, a unique property, and that we have parkland that completely surrounds it, I was asked to speak and explain a couple of the specific details of this project. Excuse me. So one of the great parts of this project as it's progressed is that the economic development wing of the Chamber of Commerce has facilitated many meetings over the past 4 or 5 months on this. So I've probably participated in a dozen meetings where we have discussed a lot of the details, a lot of the concerns that you guys have already expressed. And it's been a good process to make sure that the project is appropriate from many aspects. A lot of questions have come up about the sanitary sewers. So I will try to take a very complex thing, and like Mick said, I like to talk a lot because I like to get the information out there. But I'll try to break this down. When the entrance into the beach, including the roundabout, was built in 2011, the water and the sewer were completely upgraded and replaced. And there was capacity built into those utilities in anticipation that someday that property would be redeveloped, and obviously redeveloped bigger. So as far as sanitary sewer, there's a gravity sewer at the beach, and today it serves the current hotel, the bathrooms and concession stand, and the fish cleaning station. And it runs into a pump station at First Street Beach that's completely was replaced in 2011, and pumps it up to the top of First Street by the Armory Youth Project. That pump station is actually operating under capacity since it was built, waiting for additional flows. And so it certainly has capacity to serve this hotel, and the pump station would actually operate more efficiently, and it would post to dilute the heavy BOD that we get out of that fish cleaning station. So it actually would improve that aspect of the sewer treatment system. I heard several of the public letters that were read concerning dry weather flows and wet weather flows. And the city sewer system is probably overbuilt for dry weather flows because it was built as a combined sewer. So therefore the pipes were, many of the pipes were built much bigger than what is necessary for sanitary flows. And earlier in 2011, before First Street was upgraded, the last combined sewer district was separated. So for the past 10 years, the city's had a separated sewer system. However, we do have one overflow aspect. And the reason why we have overflows in our system is because we still have a lot of wet weather flows. And the wet weather flows are what we call illicit connections, which means it's really not legal water that's getting into our sewer system. So the city has spent $6 million in the last 2 years to line sewers and reduce some of that wet weather flow. And then actually today we closed on $18 million of new loans to upgrade the treatment plant and provide the wet weather flows get to the treatment plant and get treated before they get discharged. So the system has dry weather capacity, and it also has will have wet weather capacity when the new upgrades to the treatment plant go online. In addition, regardless of whether this project goes forward or not, we have some capacity upgrades that are planned for this year between Tamarack and basically where the Armory Youth is, where there was a new main installed during the sewer separation, but an underutilized main really just has low flows. And so we're going to do a crossover where we can provide some additional capacity during wet weather flows. And more importantly, the wet weather flows that we're seeing in the system today, like I said, they're illegal connections, but most of those are coming from residential houses. So as we find those connections, we're requiring those residents to disconnect. And we will continue to do that as time goes on. As far as the water, Tom explained it quite well. There is sufficient water at the end of First Street to serve this property and the proposed project. And there's enough water there to serve the fire protection aspect. What is a little lacking is that the fire department can connect at the end of First Street and fight a structure fire, but they're required to have a second connection so that if the second pumper connects, and the length between, they would have to go all the way back to Cherry and First Street to make that second connection. So that's really too far away to efficiently do that. And so through our previous meetings and conversations with the developer, the city suggested that a loop's water main be put between the west end of First Street and the west end of Harbor Drive. And what that does, as Tom explained, is it provides all the fire suppression that we need for this property or for this project, but it also improves the water quality at the end of First Street and the water quality at the end of Harbor Drive and all the residents that are there, because that's a very long dead end. And the consumption of water isn't enough to keep the water at its highest quality. So it also requires a lot of maintenance for the city to flush that main periodically throughout the year in order to keep that water quality higher. So the looping of that water main takes 2 dead ends out of the city system, which is a part of the water system general plan on file with the DEQ. It also improves fire suppression capabilities at the end of the 2 dead ends and improves the water quality. The developer has agreed to pay for the design of that. And as Tom stated, half of the construction cost. So the city's intent is to take the system development charges that this project would pay, reinvest those in infrastructure upgrades, and then the balance that we've calculated would show about a 2-year payback after the hotel is in operation, because we expect that there will be over $50,000 of additional water sewer usage fees that this property would pay into the system. So that's a very huge benefit to the community. The stormwater side, there's actually 3 different options for this project to discharge its stormwater. One, as Tom mentioned, would be on site. They can build a detention and infiltration system below their parking lot and get rid of their water that way. Those are very expensive. The second would be to tie into the storm sewer that's existing on First Street, and it would discharge at the end of Cherry Street. Or the third option would be to tie to the storm sewer system that drains the entire very large parking lot that serves the boat launch. That discharges right at the base or the beginning of the First Street Pier. And if you go down there, you can see the big black pipe that flows water whenever it rains. The city actually offered them, the developers, a 4th option. And the 4th option is the detention pond on the park land just south of their property. And the reason why the city did that is, number one, the first option of going underneath the parking lot is very expensive to the development. The 2 other options, there isn't the best capacity for both of those, and they're also point source discharges. That means whatever flows into the catch basins on the property and off that parking lot get discharged directly into the river or Lake Michigan. And this pond that we've recommended and that's included in the packet requires that a oil separator or a vortex unit be put on that discharge. So they're going to pre-treat the stormwater before it goes into the pond. But the most important thing to the city is that we've got 2 flooding issues that occur within this park. And one of them is a leaching basin that's located to even further to the south by the tennis courts. And the other is directly west in the parking lot by the concession and restroom building. So the way for the city to solve those 2 stormwater problems is to dig a retention pond and pipe it to that location. That's something that is on my plan for the future, but just waiting for the available money resources to do that. So what we basically did, was combined the need that this development property had, and we solved 2 city problems by that. And we are occupying some unused space in the park to properly discharge the stormwater and like I said, we're creating a win-win situation that way. The other thing that's important to understand is the depth of the pond is primarily necessitated to drain the two city issues or the two city areas. If this was just draining the hotel parking lot, it would only be about half as deep. And what I've requested is not to fence this so that it stays a natural looking area. It will not have standing water in it, except for right after a very severe rain. And even then it'll be for a short duration of time. As far as the parking issue, probably the most underutilized piece of asphalt in the city of Manistee is the large boat launch parking lot. And you have to remember that when that was constructed and sized, it was built in the 70s when the salmon industry was really coming on strong, and it was attracting people from all over the Midwest up here. We still get a very strong fishery, and the peak of that is the salmon run in late August and early September. But even then, that parking lot is never full to capacity. And it's really interesting to me to think about, I think Mick brought it up earlier. When I go out to Meijer to walk into the store, I'm walking 50 yards or more just to get into the store, and I don't have any problem with that. When people go to the beach, they want to park right at the beach and walk 10 feet and be in the sand. And this parking lot is underutilized by our visitors and by the public. And I think one of the reasons of that is probably a perception thing, but the other is the entrance to it is at the opposite end. You have to enter that parking lot by the fish cleaning station and by the entrance to the boat launching, because there is no entrance to the west and there is no entrance off of First Street. If you look at the beach master plans that were created in, I want to go back to like 2009, 2010, they actually show adding entrances into that parking lot so that it can be used for multiple purposes. And so in discussions with the developer, and as we were talking about parking, there was discussion about, well, what if we have guests that have a boat and trailer, or what if they come in with a camper or a trailer or whatever else, and they ask, can that parking lot be used? The answer is absolutely yes. It's a public parking space. Any one of you that are in this meeting can park there. It is not exclusive to anybody's use. So through the discussions, we suggested that if the development put an entrance off of First Street onto that parking lot, it could be used by any of their guests, and there's no restrictions to that. Certainly there's capacity to do that also. But what we said is to make sure that there isn't a perception that the city's giving anything away, let's take the number of at your peak capacity that you couldn't fit on site, and let's build new parking spaces somewhere else in the park that the community gets year round, and it's not exclusive to the hotel, but again, it's public parking spaces. So when we talk about the 18 spaces that are in the South Loop, those are brand new spaces. In addition to the parallel, we're going to make those angled spaces. So the construction of new spaces will be far, I think it's probably closer to 30, 35 spaces, but the net gain will be 18 spaces more than this park has ever had. And those are things that we've planned to do. Like I said before, we just don't have the funds to do that. So I think that the parking, again, is a win-win for the community because it provides more spaces for beachgoers and people in the park, specifically the south end. The use of the large parking lot can be accessible to the hotel guests, but it also provides an entrance that makes it accessible to anybody who wants to enjoy the beach or anything around there. And especially when you're talking about usage of the outdoor facilities and the bar and stuff like that, that's a very easy walk across the street to be able to use that parking. Let me see what else I have here. We've reviewed this, reviews the proposed site plan and the development as a whole with the Parks Commission. And once we explained a lot of the win-wins and a lot of the rationale behind the siting and everything, there really was no major objections by the Parks Commission. And they saw that the facilities that we have certainly have capacity for more guests, but really that park would help be an economic driver for the guests of this business, but as well as the overall community. The other thing that is important to the city is that we have a concessionaire that we bid out and we contract to at First Street Beach on a 3-year basis. And I've discussed it specifically with the current concessionaire, and they're very excited about it actually. And they see the hotel business is very complementary towards that operation, because the concessionaires operate from 11 to 6 at a minimum. So the majority of their business is through the daytime hours and really catering to that lunch crowd. Whereas the restaurant at the hotel operates in the evenings, primarily. And also they're going to bring 200, 300, 400 guests new to that beach. So the concessionaire was very excited about that as well. I think I've covered everything that was on my list, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions by the commission?
I think you covered everything.
I'll start off, because I still have concerns about that detention pond, especially being that close to the playground. Because, and I know that you say it's only going to have water in it when it storms, but any standing water is like a magnet for kids. And with what happened a couple of weeks ago down in Mason County, I think as a mom, I'm extremely, even though my kids are grown, I can see that just being a problem with it being 8 feet deep. And I think I saw on the paperwork that the bottom square surface area was 1893. I mean, that's a huge area.
Well, you have to remember that the depth of the pond is really dictated by the elevations of what we're trying to drain. So at no point will that thing ever fill up to 8 feet deep.
It doesn't have to be full, though.
The operating...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, the capacity is really at that bottom. So the size, and I don't remember, I'm actually on vacation, so I don't have all of my paperwork and stuff in front of me, but the operating level of that at the worst case scenario, I believe, was in the 2 to 3 feet. And again, that's because it's all sand, you're going to get a lot of percolation through that on a very fast basin.
And you don't think it needs to be fenced?
I do not.
I just find that astounding to me, because any time that, if you're on private property and you've got a pond or a pool or something, you have to have a fence around it. And I'm just really surprised that the city doesn't think it needs to be fenced.
Well, and it's not a pond, it's a detention basin. So basically it's going to take water into it, and that water will percolate through the sand, and then it disappears. So the majority of the time, the vast majority of the time, it will just be a dry depression in the park.
I think Nick is trying to say something and he's muted.
Yeah, Jeff, my experience, and I have to agree with Pamela, my experience with detention ponds of this size is that they are fenced. I mean, we use them a lot, especially down in Georgia and in Texas, because of our military installations. And if they weren't, they would be an attraction for kids. Kids like to go into holes. I mean, that's just
especially wet ones, especially if there's water in the bottom of it.
And again, in this one, according to I just looked at the diagram, you're sloping down 12 feet from surface, unless I'm reading it incorrectly. So that's a pretty large hole. I think that it would be reasonable to have a 6-foot fence around that pond just to keep people out, regardless of whether or not it had water in it or not. Just because it's a great big hole, that would just cause mischief and people being thrown down in it or falling in it or whatever. I just think that it would be reasonable to fence in an area this size into that depth from a safety standpoint.
Well, and I will say that it is, I think there's a perception that it will be different than what is proposed. And we discussed this with the development, and my recommendation was not to fence it. Certainly the Planning Commission can have a different opinion on that. Okay. My concerns were that it's going to be dry dry almost all the time. The depth of it is, it sounds like it's really deep, but actually the size of it makes that less of an issue. And the side slopes are such where it's not going to be a safety issue as far as that. And for ease and maintenance, and I think once you fence it and create an attractive, I think you can actually attract people to it by being more designated.
Does it have to be that deep?
It does in order to get the water out of the parking lot in the leach basin by the tennis courts. If it was just draining the hotel property, it would only need to be probably 5 to 6. But I think it's only, I'd have to look at the plans, but I thought it was only about 8 foot deep. And that was just to drain. I think the deepest was because of we were pulling water back from the bathroom and concession stand.
No, I mean,
the way I'm reading it on the plans I look at, this looks like you're dropping 8 feet over a distance of 40 feet. So that's not that steep of a slope.
Right.
So this isn't going to call for any type of.
Hey, Mark, if I might, wouldn't we just be able to turn this into an insurance question? I mean, rather than us quibble who should fence or not fence, if the insurance company, wouldn't they be able to answer you? Because if something does happen, that's who's going to end up paying, or else the city.
That's a question for Mike, I guess.
It's on city property. I mean, we're not subject matter experts on your insurance policy or the Parks Department, but I'm sure there is some kind of liability coverage that you guys would have to incur here. And if I'm not an expert, I'm not going to speculate, but I mean, it is an insurance question, but I do want to say that, fence or no fence, it is your discretion to decide on that. Or if you would like more information, you can always request more. You can make it a stipulation that it has a fence on it if you choose to. You can request more information as far as if it's going to affect your insurance, but that would take obviously us getting that information. As much as I would like to say I have that answer, I just don't. That is not something that we would normally provide.
Thank you. That's fine, Mike. We may want to look into that, though.
Definitely, yeah.
And this would not hold up the project if it's granted.
The only way this would hold it up is if you guys had a fence or the request came in for a fence and you wish to have the developer pay that cost, then obviously that could hold it up unless the developer agreed. If a fence is instituted, then they would cover the cost. So, we did not get involved into the city agreements with the developer as far as on city land. That's why Jeff was here to answer those questions, but that can be a stipulation on that if they agree to it as part of the approval process, then, that they agreed to it. So, and then if you guys decide not to put a fence up, we can, always, withdraw that stipulation. So, it is completely in your hands as this entire project is. I just, liability questions, I just can't answer, guys. So
yeah. My suggestion maybe for now would be the fair and equitable thing, because it's partially ours, would be that if a fence is required, that the cost would be split between the developer and the city. And stipulated if required. And basically, having a real safety look, subject matter experts that could really determine whether or not this was, going to cause a potential harm for our guests that are in the park, as well as the guests of the hotel.
Right, we're, in full support of whether the planning commission decides. We did have discussions about the fence. We're not opposed to the fence. To Jeff's point, it's easier to maintain it without. We didn't anticipate it would have water in it very often, but we're definitely not opposed to a fence, and we'd pay our fair share.
I just ran some quick numbers by looking at stuff on the plans. Looks like the slope of that is about a 4% slope. Compare that to the drainage area across the south of the parking lot at the casino, which is at about a 8 to 10% slope. So it'll give you some visualization of the slope lines.
And Jeff, when you said that it would dissipate, you made a recommendation that it wouldn't need a fence. If there were, 6 inches of water in there, what would the rate of dissipation be? Like, how quickly would that drain?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That would be something we could find out when they provide us with the soil data, because then we could figure the Spicer or myself can figure the permeability ratios on that soil.
Okay, that's something that we need.
Sean Middleton I believe is online. Do you have that right off the top of your head, Sean?
Situation you are, Jeff. I'm on vacation away from my computer, but we did. It does have very high. It's beach sand, so it's got very high infiltration rates. We anticipated draining in less than 12 hours to a day, completely full. And most times it's going to run out of the pipe on the small storms and just infiltrate immediately. I believe the side slopes are 1 vertical to 3 horizontal, and Shane's on the line, but I don't know if he can get off mute. I'm not sure if he's able to chime in, but
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, those side slopes are 1 on 3. And for that beach sand, we assume an infiltration rate of 6 inches to 12 inches of water per hour.
Bob?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Those numbers sound very reasonable.
So with regard to fence, we're just like everybody's been saying, we've had discussions both ways. We work on a lot of these infiltration basins. Definitely not a pond, not intended to be wet for long durations. And I've seen both. I've seen both situations where these flatter slopes, some communities have allowed for no fencing, and some communities have required it. That's something we can, and either way it works. It's more of an aesthetic and a maintenance item if you have the.
Any other questions for Jeff or Sean or Shane? Shelley?
No, thanks.
No? Mick?
No, good job, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you.
Bob?
All set for now.
Roger?
No, Jeff did a fine job. The only question I might have is if he maybe not doesn't know, but the height of the building is they're talking 60 feet. So do we have the water pressure from the fire department to deal with a fire with that tall of a building?
The answer is yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
You have to remember that we've got a 12-inch water main that runs from the wells by the high school down Cherry Street and crosses underneath the river right at Cherry and First, and then runs up to the water tower on the north side. So fire suppression is top notch right there.
Okay, wonderful. Marlene, you have questions?
Yeah, I want to know, I'm sure it's been tested with the fire department stuff, but are we equipped if there was a fire on a 5-story building?
I'll let Tom correct me if I misstate this, but I believe that this building will be suppressed, correct?
Has to be.
Yes. So by code, the building is suppressed, which means that it has internal sprinklers. And so the building pretty much takes care of itself, but we have reviewed this with the fire department in detail, and they've assured in their review that they've got the capabilities. Yeah.
Okay.
Just for the record, we do have a 5-story building already. It's on the other side of the river, which is Century Terrace and Harbor. What's the next one next to Century Terrace?
Harbor View is not that tall.
Harbor View. So that's 4 stories, and I think Century Terrace is 5.
Yes.
And it doesn't have.
The city has practiced with their trucks going up to the top of Century Terrace.
Yeah.
So
Right.
truck will reach it.
Yeah. And they don't have a way of getting around that building either. So they have to do everything from the front side, which makes it even more challenging.
Okay. Any other questions for Jeff? None? Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your vacation, Jeff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for taking time to help out. Next, we'll move along to Mr. Mark Miller from the Chamber.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight. I've got a few slides here for you, so hopefully you'll be able to pick up on that. I just want to start off with a comment. Jeff McCullough mentioned that we have been working with the developers for 5 or 6 months. He's absolutely correct. The Chamber has facilitated coordination calls twice a month for most of the months, working through the issues and having and facilitating conversations about what the city needs, what are the issues, what do we anticipate the problems or obstacles might be for this development. And we've had a very robust and healthy conversation. And I think part of this is because the developers came in with a really refreshing point of view. They came in and started asking stakeholders for their input. They were open to the Chamber facilitating these phone calls to make business easier here for them. And we've had some really good positive outcomes from that. And I think you listen to Jeff McCullough talk about all the different things that they addressed. That was part of a conversations that the developers entered into to help the city with the issues and help make this a positive development for the community. One of the things I'm going to do here tonight is talk a little bit more about some of the other positive aspects of this. And as I start out with that conversation, I just want to cover real quick why it is that the Chamber has this type of role. My position is the Economic Development Director, and I'm kind of the first point of contact for any developers that come into town. And I have a few objectives here that I put up on the screen. We're interested in making business easier for developers and for new businesses and entrepreneurs. We also are seeking to have positive incremental changes. We are not going to help the community, help the county without making steps towards economic prosperity by creating jobs and working with businesses and bringing them in. This isn't going to be a gold rush situation where we bring in a 500 employee factory. Those days are gone. We're going to have to chip away with smaller projects and make incremental change. This project helps us with that incremental change and gives us a big boost, which I'll run through more specifically. As we're looking for and doing this work, we're trying to cut through the red tape. We're trying to make things easier, build the relationships so that the developers have and know who the planning department is, know who Jeff McCool is, know who Sean Middleton is at Spicer. We're working on those relationships and building that momentum and building a positive message that Manistee is ready to make changes and to build developments. And so this is what we're trying to do with this and attracting investment, business, and developers. There's a lot of work we need to do. And I think we can probably all address what those are, empty storefronts, blighted buildings, but let's get to the meat of what this might mean for Manistee. We did share some information and Pete mentioned some of this earlier with to Shelley's question about the economic impact numbers. I just want to put this up here to show you that the tourism office in Michigan provided the developers with this information, and it came from this report. I provided the commissioners a link in a document yesterday. There was a blue highlighted link. You can click on that link and get the full report and have this slide deck in front of you. From the slide deck, we're taking this number here at 283 per night. That's the statewide average. That's something we're going to hope to aspire to. And that's what I think that having the Hilton brand will be able to do by bringing people from outside the area who are loyal customers of the Hilton brand to come to this property. It will help us expand the number of people coming to Manistee and people who we are hoping have more expendable income to visit a place like this. And so we've got that 283 from that number. This is the spreadsheet that explains it. So you start out with that 283 and you go with the developer's assumption that you're going to have 2.75 persons in a room per night on average. And so that might actually be a conservative number as I've looked into it, but 2.75 is what they're guessing. It could actually be a little bit higher. You take the number of rooms that are proposed, 108, and go with the 60% occupancy that we talked about. And you're getting to these numbers, which I'm going to take just a second and uncover. So the total spend for those visitors, so 65,000 that are visiting for the year, is 18.4 million. Now, these are updated numbers because the numbers that we were using back in December as our talking points were 2016 numbers, and they weren't showing the whole figure. And so in preparation for this, we asked for some additional numbers, and this is the number we have. 18 million for an economic visitor spend, and that's money in our community circulating and helping our local businesses. All right. There we go. We had to catch up a little bit. Here's something important that I want to share with you. From that same MEDC study, they broke out the percentage of the spend for certain sectors. You see here that we've used the numbers, the study information's on the left, where we got the slide deck from, the information, and then we've transposed it into the spreadsheet. So you take that $18 million and back into where the money might be spent. Local retail could expect to see $2.5 million circulated in our communities here in Manistee County. Restaurants, you can expect to see $4.1 million circulated in our restaurants. And that's important, not just to help our restaurants continue to survive and actually thrive and recover from this past year, but it will also encourage new entrepreneurs to step forward and try to capture those dollars and provide more offerings. And that's something we need. We need to build up our visitor and tourism infrastructure. We need more retail. That retail number will reflect that and be able to encourage more entrepreneurs. We'll be able to get into those boarded up storefronts, hopefully, and be able to have more businesses being successful. That in turn will encourage more visitors. And so we were hoping that these numbers will help talk about and demonstrate the overall economic impact. One thing I want to say about the air number. Now, it's probably a little bit higher than it needs to be, but we have a sign-on letter that we submitted. It didn't appear to be read into the record unless I missed it. But the chamber put a sign-on letter together and had 20 businesses from the community sign on to that letter, and it included Cape Air. Cape Air is very interested in making sure that they fill the plane so they can continue to be here and service the Manistee area. And so although that number might be a little high at the moment, we're hoping that's aspirational so that they can see visitors coming in from Chicago and flying out of the area as well, so that we can fill those planes. That's an aspirational goal of incremental positive change that we're hoping to accomplish. So that's something that we want to maybe encourage. I'm going to stop sharing here. I can bring this back up if there's anything specific, but I want to mention a little bit more about that sign-on letter. We had a wide swath of businesses signing on to that. We had our manufacturing sector there with Martin Marietta and PCA, Packaging Corporation of America. We had realtors on there, of course. We had not just the ones who are benefiting here. There were other realtors that were looking at this as a positive for their community. We had retail. A lot of the retailers on River Street signed on to this. But in addition to that, we had restaurants. One of those restaurants that we're very happy, one of the positive incremental changes that we've had over the past year is getting and recruiting Ted Fricano to come. And he signed on to this letter as well, knowing full well that these visitors are going to help support his business and his goal of making this a better community with his restaurant. So I think that I'm going to close here with just saying something else about the developers. This moved very quickly because of our concerted effort, working together, the open and honest relationship that we had and built to work together. And we tackled a lot of public issues that Jeff mentioned. We've added to the expense of this development. Also, and Pete's mentioned this, and I think I want to maybe underscore it just a little bit, but they have over-designed this project so it has more of a feel that fits in with the Lakeshore vibe. They're investing more money in the appearance, they're investing more money in the decor, the interior, and they're doing more with the Hampton brand than is typically seen. And so I know that there are concerns about having more out of this location, but it really is a positive impact to the community. And it will have this positive impact to our businesses and helping support our local retailers and restaurants. We need to help them. We need to help them by trying to help them be successful. These folks really know what they're doing, and it shows because they have been able to move so quickly in a very difficult time because they know their numbers, they know their business, and they have good deal experience. We're really lucky to get them and recruit them here so that they can take a look at this. But we need to help them by not trying to add too much on them at the beginning. We need to have a successful business here for many years to come so that they can be part and contribute to our community. And so I'll stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Any of the commissioners have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Roger. I'll wait.
Well, my only question is, as I understand it, then our only option is dealing with the Suburban Inn, correct? I mean, there's no other hotel that's looking at this property, sir?
No, Roger, we don't have anyone else here. We've been working for the last 9 months to help bring this project home. It's taken a good deal of hours on the city's part, on the chamber's part. We're really pleased with the way this has progressed. This is the one we have.
All right, thank you for that. I'm done.
Thank you, Roger. Bob?
Yeah, Mark, looking back at the email you had sent out with that letter with the all the people, you said there was a link for those things, those statistics. It is not in the email.
It is
I
not.
just went back and looked at it, and it's not in there at all.
So I embedded it in the document. So the spreadsheet that you have is
that one little tiny bit of only 4 to 6 lines, and it's referring to other slides. So it's got
there was a follow-up email, Bob, and I don't know if you got it because
never got it
to the city email.
Yeah, that email does not work. It won't even let me log in. So
I will follow back up with you and send it to you.
Yeah. So that's where I'm bringing up a lot of questions on, because I have no clue what's going on that.
Okay. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. My intention was to be transparent and open from the beginning, and I thought that my technology would help, but obviously we have obstacles to overcome.
Thank you.
Nick?
I don't have anything for Mark other than I appreciate, again, the monumental effort that you put into our economic development.
Thank you, Nick.
Kelly?
Thank you, everyone, for presenting.
Pam?
No, nothing right now.
All right. Marlene?
No, nothing right now.
Okay. I do not have anything for you, Mr. Miller, so thank you. Next, we will move to Zach with a site plan review.
Yeah, so the site plan review committee, for those of you that don't always know, it's a necessary process for every PUD, every special use permit. The experts in their field of the city all get together and they express their concerns in their areas. I think Jeff and Shane and Sean all did a great job kind of outlining what's on our memo here, our collective ideas of what their concerns about this project were. So I'll kind of just focus on the police and fire for this portion. So Chief Glass, his main concerns were just kind of seeing more details on what kind of external surveillance the hotel might have, and any sort of traffic control devices around that area, and how those are going to be, how and if they're going to be changed with the different flows of traffic that are going to be involved in that. As far as fire protection, on the drawings, Chief Cameron had some standpipe connections and FDC locations they wanted provided. I think he had some preferences there. I think he says on the east side of the building, if that's at all possible. Jeff talked about the hydrant there. I think that was a big thing for him, was seeing that. And there was also some talk about the driveway access being maybe a little bit wider. I think it was just a touch short. It wasn't astronomically short. I think he said it was a foot or two on either one. Those are the main concerns out of those. And I think Jeff covered, like I said, covered the rest of those pretty detailed. So I won't get into those unless anybody really wants to again.
Okay, is that it, Zach?
That's it from the site plan review committee.
Okay, open it up for questions.
Yeah, I've got one, Zach. Check with Chief Cameron to see if that building would require a Knox box at all. I didn't see that it's here listed. It might be.
I'm assuming it does.
He may have overlooked it on. I don't see it here on the thing, but might be an overlook on their point for it.
Yeah, I think that's something, and it might, I don't have the application in front of me, but it might even have it in there. So
okay.
Yeah, if I could interject, that was discussed in our meetings, and there will be a Knox box provided for the building.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Is that it, Bob? Okay. Pam? Nothing? Okay. Roger?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marlene?
Nothing at this time.
Shelley? Okay. Thank you. Mick?
No, nothing for Zach. Thank you.
All right. I also have nothing for Zach. So thank you. Public comment. They have up to 3 minutes for public comment, name and address. And during this, there is no deliberation with the commissioners or the applicant. You will have 3 minutes for comment. And if you did write a letter, please shorten your comments, as we have Zach and Mike have read 37 letters tonight. So, and at the 3 minute mark, your mic will be muted. Okay. So with that said, if there's anybody online that would like to comment.
Yeah. I'm going to step in and I'm going to say, press *9 to raise your hand, and I will call on each of you individually. I'm going to start by unmuting. I've got Marty Spalding. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, and thank you for taking public comment on this. Marty Spalding, 259 River Street. I don't think anybody is more in support of economic development or tourism or better employment opportunities than I am. However, in my opinion and experience, you don't drive tourism by building a hotel at the beach, you build a better beach. I think that this particular project is not the right project for this location. I think in a perfect world that this would become publicly owned property and expand the public asset that's there. In lieu of that, I think option number 2 is a smaller project that better fits the property. My initial reaction when I heard about this project is, where are they going to put all the cars? Where are they going to put the traffic? Where are they going to put the parking for this? You've got 106 rooms, a restaurant, conceivably banquet space, employees, and talk of a rooftop bar and expanded outdoor parking. It occurs now that most of that parking, or I should say some of that parking, is going to occur off-site. The issue there is that this is not just any city property, this is parkland. There are a couple of legal considerations here. I've heard this touched on. First of all, in the PUD ordinance 1870, subsection E, it clearly states that all property contained within the PUD must be owned by or under the control of the applicant. There is a quarter of the parking for this project is going to be off the footprint of the Lakeshore property. I think that because this is public park property, you then have to refer to the city charter, section 2-1 subsection C, which says that public park property cannot be sold, leased, or otherwise disposed of or used by third parties without a vote of the citizens. I think that for this planning commission to authorize the use of public park property without a vote of the citizens of Manistee is probably not legal. I'm not opposed to the project at all. I think it should live within the footprint of the property, including all parking and stormwater retention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Bobby Rogers.
Hello, Bobby Rogers Kraus and Kevin Kraus. We are at 707 Harbor Drive. I want to start out by saying, number one, we are in support of responsible development. We have thought for a long time that the current motel at First Beach is in desperate need of overhauling, and it is a potential gold mine. The thought of the amenities of a nice hotel and the bar and restaurant really excite us. That is something that we have wanted in Manistee for a long time. That being said, there are several good points that we feel need to be addressed still. Many people have mentioned many points, which I won't go into more detail about. Some of my top ones are light pollution, signage, lights, green screens for playgrounds, and so on. But that being said, our biggest concern for this is the height of the project. We are in full support of a new hotel there, a renovated hotel, but we feel that 5 stories is too high. We've been traveling for the last week, and we have actually stopped and looked at Hampton inns that are 4 stories, and we were like pretty blown away with how big the footprint and the hotel would be for that space. And we did not feel that it fit it at all. We felt that the right fit for that would be 2 to 3 stories that have been mentioned many times. I've also heard in response to some of the questions, things quoted such as brand standards in response to the questions. I will call that into question. The Hampton Inn does have a boutique hotel line. In fact, they have one in the French Quarter where I am currently in New Orleans right now. So they do have a boutique hotel. And we've heard it mentioned many times that this property is a very unique property. So why not give it a unique hotel? 2 to 3 story boutique hotel on a unique property with bar and restaurants, I think would be an amazing fit for Manistee. Another point that I wanted to make is
30 seconds.
Okay, we should be flexible on zoning, but not throw it all out. And I've heard it mentioned many times that Manistee does not like progress. That's not true. Wait for the right thing. We waited, we didn't want Walmart, but we got Meyer. Meyer was better for the community. We didn't get the mixed income housing, we got the community college. In my opinion, that was a better fit for the community. So we want the correct progress. We want to do it right. Don't take the first offer, take the right offer.
Thank you.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, you'll be called on shortly. We're going in order. Next is Margaret Botzer.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Botzer. I'm a resident of the city of Manistee. I grew up in the city of Manistee and graduated from MHS. I'm also currently on the county board, and I own a small business in the community for the last 18 years. I appreciate the thoughtful consideration that's been given to this project. I well realize that this is a very special and unique project that is on a very special location that I think is important to all members of our community at the city, at the First Street Beach location. I utilized that beach since my childhood and enjoyed coming up here before I moved up to the area, and certainly enjoy it as a city resident. I think that it's important that we consider what our long-term vision is for Manistee. This project, I feel, I'm not opposed to a hotel at the property, but I feel like the size is too big. 5 stories is a huge project, and bigger even when you think about other buildings that are in Manistee. This would be much, much larger. And I believe that it should encompass the footprint of the property as well. I'm also concerned about the environmental impact as well at that very beautiful and unique property and the utilization of the public beach. I think that this will have an even greater impact on First Street Beach than we could even imagine. Already in the summertime, it's very difficult to find a parking spot for our local residents when they want to use the beaches. Our beaches are really some of the best in the world. I've traveled all over. I've lived in other places in the country, and we really are very fortunate to have this very beautiful beaches and a hidden gem in the community. I appreciate the thoughtful comments of everyone and the consideration that you're giving to this project. I hope that you'll consider what the long-term needs of Manistee is. Or thank you.
You.
Telephone number ending in 8627. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, telephone number ending in 8627. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ted Fricano. I did indeed purchase 440 River. You know, I hear from the public words such as atrocity, damaging, siphon profits from the community, irretrievably harmed, it will destroy and overpower. Does Manistee really need a 108-room hotel? Does Manistee really need a gateway hotel? And of course, I keep hearing the threat of immense overdevelopment. I'm certain that these are the same concerns before Harbor Village was created. These are identical concerns, and this will be a success story for Manistee to have this hotel there. Where are these same impassioned citizens that have so much concern for the environment and concern for zoning? When you look up and down River Street to boarded buildings, buildings that are falling apart, where are the environmental concerns? Where is the passion? Why hasn't the Planning Commission's door been beaten down over the last 10 years by these same people that are so concerned about the environment and so concerned about the aesthetics? Why haven't those people been beating down the Planning Commission's door about the boarded up buildings and the blight right next to everyone's homes all across this fantastic city? And I would include 440 River. For the last 10 years, 440 River has been a dump, and it's going to be fantastic. And in regards to a fantastic restaurant, I love, love, love competition. This is going to be sensational. The entire shoreline is not going to be covered with a Hampton Inn. It's one piece to the success story of Manistee. I welcome a bar. I welcome another pizza place. I welcome anything that shows exciting development. And it isn't deep pockets. It's deep passion. Remember that. If that Hampton Inn fails, these people will hurt.
30 seconds, please.
It is deep. It is deep passion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 0164. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Vidar Lerum. I have sent you a letter that was read earlier today, so I will not repeat that. But listening to the meeting and thinking more about the legal foundations that this project rests upon, I think the Planning Commission need to consider if the whole project is on shaky legal grounds here. You have a master plan that was through a long process and was voted on in the city. And that is, if not legally, I mean, it's morally binding. You have a zoning, R1 zoning. I respectfully disagree with the planners when they say that this project is mixed use. It is not mixed use. It does not meet the commonly accepted and also in the Constitution of the state of Michigan, I believe, definition of mixed use. To say that a breakfast room that's open up as a restaurant and bar in the evening is public use is not correct. It is private use. This project is not mixed use. And therefore, I think that the whole project is on shaky legal ground, and you need to be careful about that. So like I said in my letter, what the Planning Commission needs to do is to be concerned about the plans and the needs of the city of Manistee as a community, not get dug down and intrigued by a project, start acting like architects. You're not architects. What you need to do is to consider the public needs here and consider the legal grounds for this project, which I, again, repeat is shaky. Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 8989. Press *6 to unmute.
This is Rich.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rich.
You're hearing me then?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rich Mosier. My wife and I own 6 properties on River Street at the intersection of Greenbush. We live in Holland, Michigan, where the last 50 years we have been operating the Outpost of Holland. Our son and daughter-in-law have operated the Outpost of Manistee for the last 22 years. As you know, the Buchema family of the Suburban Inns own and operate several hotels in the Holland community. They also reside in the Holland area. One of their more recent additions is a beautiful multi-story courtyard Marriott located in the heart of our downtown. I cannot express how excited I was when I heard of their potential involvement in the Manistee project you're considering. I want to clarify that I do not know nor have met the Buchemas or any of the Buchema families or team members. My excitement comes from 2 observations. First is the quality and excellence of their projects. And second, they are local West Michigan family with hands-on control, which ensures a high quality experience for their guests. Having a beautiful beach hotel within walking distance of the downtown will be a huge benefit to our downtown business and restaurants. I know there are some who feel we can do better. That might be compared to wishing for a grand slam when what I believe we have in Suburban is a home run. I'm also quite sure that Suburban Inns will be the type of company that will deliver more than they promise. I know they will want to maintain their quality reputation through all of their properties. Wishing for more and risking the loss of what I believe is a perfect fit for Manistee would be a big disappointment for me. Your support of Suburban Inn would be a demonstration of your support of hundreds of employees and many businesses that have faithfully been working and investing in the heart and soul of Manistee, which is our downtown. I also believe that your support will generate other investments in our downtown. 4 of the 6 properties we own have vacant top floors with incredible development potential. However, the cost to renovate the buildings in Manistee is the same as in Holland, but currently property value and rental income is too low to consider the renovation. Several parties have purchased properties with projects in mind, only to find out the numbers don't work. Some buildings are deteriorating beyond repair. A development like this, added to other great projects in the works, could attract additional outside investors. A past example is the iconic Ramsdale building restored by the Pitcher family. Yes?
You surpassed 3 minutes. So we appreciate your comments.
Next is Adam Dance.
Good evening, Adam Dance. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. If you'd start the time now. Adam Dance from 1847 Dance Road and an event venue owner. Thank you to the Plan Commission. I appreciate the time and dedication of the community committee. I'd like to thank the developer for their interest. I was at their property. It's exceptionally clean and well maintained. I concur that they are good people. I don't object to them. I object strongly to this development concept as proposed. The redevelopment of the Lakeshore Motel, city parks around the beach, and the Salt City Blues Amphitheater, if planned properly, can transform our community. You've heard this developer refer to this hotel as a limited service hotel, and a limited service hotel in and of itself is not a transformative development concept. This redevelopment of the entire First Street Beach area would strongly position Manistee to successfully compete for more tourists, residents, and new investment that in a way that only the most elite small towns can if done properly. The city planning staff should consider putting an RFP out to the University of Michigan, Michigan State, and other nationally recognized land planning firms to come up with a First Street Beach master concept plan. 55 outdoor spaces for dining just doesn't work. When you look at the plan, there are on the inside, you have 13 bar stools, and of the 2 tables that are in the restaurant with a view, one's a 2-top with 1 table facing the water, another's a 4-top with 2 seats facing. You have 16 seats inside. The whole problem with this development concept, in my opinion, is it's driven by limited flexibility afforded to a limited service hotel. And the reason why we have a limited service hotel on the finest, most pristine beachfront property is because this developer came in with a grander vision, but was told there was already going to be a full service hotel in Manistee at the corner of 31 and River Street. And that full service hotel is has a view of the Save-A-Lot grocery store, and the limited service hotel is now put on the beachfront. I think that is a colossal missed opportunity for Manistee. I think what the Planning Commission should do is recognize that this developer is here, willing and able, direct him to come back with a full service amenity package. And if River Street develops the Gateway project in the future, they can take that up then. But to approve a limited service hotel and put design constraints on it because of another project that has an uncertain future is bad planning. We miss an opportunity to do a first-class, world-class job. This developer came in with a better vision, and we got a limited service hotel that's not what belongs here.
Thank you.
Next will be Jenny Pelton.
Hi, this is Jenny Pelton, 329 First Avenue, 29 years in Manistee. For those that know me, I'm a positive advocate and volunteer in Manistee. I thank the Planning and Zoning Department, the City of Manistee, the Chamber, and the Planning Commission for all their work on this project. I am the listing agent for 101 South Lakeshore Drive. When the stewards who own and run the Lakeshore Motel called me to discuss selling the motel, I was thrilled for them to have the opportunity to move on in their life. We have been friends, raising our children together and coaching youth in Manistee for years. I'm not sure if people understand what a 24/7 business they've been running. Never, even with all my experience in real estate, would I have thought that a community would turn against them having the opportunity to sell their business and retire, especially a couple who were born and raised here and have spent the last 40 years being good citizens, volunteers, and contributors to the City of Manistee. The stewards told me they never opposed any new hotel or motel coming to town in all their years of business, and there have been six since they took over the motel. They said they welcomed change and felt it was all good for Manistee. The Lakeshore Motel is a motel. The motel is in need of replacement. When I listed it, the stewards were clear with me that everyone needed to know it needed to be replaced, not renovated. It needed too much updating to allow for renovation. The property is being sold for a hotel. The buyers, Suburban Inns, are a well-respected group in the hotel motel business in Michigan. The Suburban Inns have worked diligently with the DPW, Planning and Zoning, along with the Spicer Group, to be sure they have planned for everything necessary to build and develop the current land for a new hotel. Suburban Inns have done their due diligence in preparation to request a PUD on this property. Suburban Inns will not only be offering us a new building, but employment and of course taxes. They are not tearing down an historic home on 4th Street. They are replacing a current motel. Same business type in the same location as the current business. There have been many locals and non-residents who suggest they would like another use of the land. The sellers have received no offers from anyone other than Suburban Inns to purchase this property. Manistee has developed a history of wanting to reject change. We all know change is hard. The community opposed the Oaks, Harbor Village, Casino, and Meyer, all of which have brought in employment to hundreds who are an asset to our community in home ownership, volunteering, etc. The community opposed the senior rental project at Olson.
30 seconds.
And unfortunately, that would have been built by now. This is a well thought out and prepared improvement to a business site in Manistee, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 2012, press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, oh, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Paul Stewart and Darcy Stewart calling. We are from the Lakeshore Motel. First of all, we would like to thank the city, the developers, and the chamber for all the time and effort they have put in towards this project. We are the owners of the Lakeshore Motel and been living on and managing the property since 1979. There's a lot at stake for this project, both for us personally and for the city of Manistee. We are personally invested in this development as it is our retirement plan. There have been different influences that have led us to the decision to retire now, from health reasons to unforeseen circumstances. The sale of the property has been the crucial piece of retirement for us. We're hoping for the same opportunity to retire that others can pursue. We have dedicated our lives to this business and property, and we feel it is time for us to be able to move on to the next part of our lives. There's a greater good that comes from the new development project for this property, despite the negative opinions that have followed its announcement. Information that the city and the Planning Commission have shared show the benefits of such a project. The city will benefit from an increased tax revenue, which can be used to further improve the community. A project like this can increase tourism to the area along with spending in the area. Despite objections, Manistee's economy is based on tourism, and this project would boost the area's tourism appeal. This project will lend itself to much needed improvements into infrastructure in the 1st Street Beach area, which also promotes tourism. While many concerns have been brought to the attention of all involved in the project, these concerns have been heard and have been addressed by the Planning Commission and developers, the City of Manistee, excuse me, the Chamber, and many other entities. And they will all benefit from the development such as this. We have been invested in this town and tourism economy for 40 plus years. We would like to be afforded the same opportunity as everyone else to be able to retire and enjoy a new chapter in our lives. We are in a unique situation in that our retirement can have an impact that can grow beyond our personal interest and can contribute to the improvement of the city that we love.
Seconds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jonathan Knapp.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jonathan Knapp, 115 Piney Street here in Manistee, Michigan. And I just wanted to speak in favor of this project. So I'm a mining geologist. I stayed in 150 different hotel rooms last year. And I just have to say, it's an unspoken part of this is that this is going to be a national brand that's one of the major brands. When I look for a hotel room, when I'm traveling, I never go to any app other than the Marriott app. Of course, I want you to do Marriott, but you know, either one works. This is very important, is that to attract the millennials willing to spend money. Like I just spent $400 in Moab last week staying at an Element, right? I pick what hotel I go to based on it being a national brand. It seems to me that this project is meeting many of the city of objectives that are going to happen anyways. This retention pond, the extra parking around the loop, the entrance into this parking structure, this is all going to happen anyways. It has to happen. It's modernization of the beach area. And we all want it. It's why we live here, right? And so I think that this is a good project. My only point is, I'm going to speak directly to the developers now. Please think more modern. Please think bigger. Please bring in the rooftop patio. I mean, that's not a joke. You really should have a rooftop patio. It's incredible to me that you're not considering this. It's incredible to me that you're not considering a more full service option. And it's incredible to me that you aren't considering a real restaurant and not just like the Hampton Inn version, right? I understand that you're not wanting to compete with the full service hotel that's supposed to be going in the Gateway project, but this town can afford it. This town has a lot of affluent millennials that are looking to travel with their young families, and they're looking for a hip experience, right? And you have this opportunity. You absolutely, it is an absolute crime to not have a rooftop deck here. And in terms of, like, I understand what everyone's saying. It seems 5 stories seems big. It seems like a lot of change, but look, Harbor Village was a lot bigger change. You dredged out a new channel, right? So this is going to be something that really benefits this community, and I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? If so, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9. Okay, telephone number ending in 6203. Telephone number 6203, there you go.
Yes, hi. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak on this Lakeshore Development Hotel. I have been part of the Manistee Adoptive Park at First Street Beach, or at Douglas.
Ma'am, we need your
Yes.
name and address, please.
Oh, sure. Jennifer Teller, Harbor Drive, Manistee. I've been part of the Adopt a Park at Douglas Park Facebook page for 3 years now. And we do cleanup of the First Street Beach area, the whole thing onto Douglas, the whole Douglas Park area. And you'd be amazed at the amount of garbage we pick up now. We have different helpers, and one of the guys said 150 5-gallon pails just this past year. And that's without, that's during COVID time. Now, when we get a hotel that's going to have 5 stories and 108 rooms and restaurants and everything else that it's going to have, can you imagine the amount of garbage that's going to be on our beaches that's going to have to be picked up? And it won't be picked up by the city workers. They have enough to do. It's all going to have to be picked up by individuals. So, this is something that's not even been talked about before, is the amount of litter that's going to show up on our beaches. 65,000 people coming through this hotel in a year. Can you imagine what's going to happen to our beaches on an additional 200 to 300 people a day on nice days? I mean, yeah, this is not a private beach. This is a public beach, and we can barely take care of the people that are there now. There were several things I wanted to ask to Jeff McCullough in regard to the detention basin. He was mentioning that the South Picnic area could actually have a filter of water into it. Well, why not put that filter and take that water over to the pier area? That way we can just get rid of the detention pond or basin altogether. Also, the parking. Yes, I agree with several of the people who have said we need to contain that to the zoning that you have there. I'm all for this project as long as it's not so big. It just needs to conform itself to the area that it has, and that way it will just be a better fit for Manistee. So I hope, yes, I hope that the commission will take all of these comments about why we need a smaller hotel there, 2 to 3 stories max, There's just so many reasons not to overbuild on this beautiful, pristine area, or wait for somebody who's willing to make the right decision, the right size there. And I think you can just have the best of both worlds. You can have jobs, you can have taxes, but still keep the essence of just a beautiful, serene place to go. So I thank you for this time, and we just hope you all have a happy Easter. God bless you. And may this be just the right decision for Manistee. We're so depending on you. Thank you so much.
Kathy?
Hi. One question.
Please state your name and address.
I'm sorry. Kathy Butler in Manistee on First Street. One of my primary issues is the size, as many has mentioned, of this hotel. And somebody did ask why it needs to be 5 stories, why not 2 or 3? And I couldn't make out what was answered. Can we address once more why we can't have a lower hotel and still satisfy most people?
This is a public comment, not deliberation.
I can't ask any on that. Okay. Well, then I'll express my concern then for the height. I do live near here. I walk there frequently, and every time I walk down there and I envision this hotel as tall as the treetops, it breaks my heart that we would have this obstruction at our beautiful beach. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Heather, Doug Parks, and I'm not able to raise
thank you,
a hand.
Doug. Yep, yeah. Go ahead. State your name and address.
Okay, Doug Parks, 724 Harbor Drive. I think my letter covered most of my concerns, which hotel, no hotel, it's my concerns more to the zoning issues in the planned unit development itself. I would first, Mike, and I'm not picking on you, but in the online version of the city zoning code, section 1869 is shown as being reserved. There's nothing in there. So, and you'd quoted from 1869. So I don't know if this isn't the most recent code that's online or not, but I would just go back and go to section 1870C, and yeah, I'm cherry picking a couple of the points, but one of the points says, or one of the interests says, planned unit development shall meet the following general standards. 1, the use shall be compatible with the adjacent land use, natural environment, safety, and all those things. I don't know that this is, as a planned unit development, is compatible with adjacent land use. The other, and I think is more important, is number 2, says the use shall be consistent with the City of Manistee master plan and future land use map. It is not consistent with that. Now, what, in my opinion, should be done, and you can get a legal opinion, obviously it's going to know more about it than I do, but I think what should be done is the Planning Commission should sit down and with council go back through and rezone this properly and just put what restrictions should be in there as a zoning, rather than do it haphazard based on an application in a Zoom meeting. I think it's an important project. It's an important piece of property. Who develops it and goes there, I really don't care. I just think, I hate to see us blow up our zoning and our master use plan. As I pointed out to a couple people, and it's somewhat said tongue in cheek, but I think if you put something like this there with the current zoning, I think you could probably come in with some sort of limited housing, modular mobile home type thing up on the Jefferson property once the school system decides to sell that. That single family, it's R2, it would meet the PUD standards. So let's do it right. Let's get it zoned correctly. Let's get the master plan adjusted correctly, the future land use, and then move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Press *9 to raise your hand. I'll give one more chance. Oh, I have somebody coming in. I think somebody just joined us. Anybody with a comment, press *9 to raise your hand. This will be the last chance. I'm not seeing anybody else raising their hand.
right. No, nobody else, Heather, correct?
Nope, nobody else.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We will go to discussion. So, commissioners, thoughts?
11:19.
None.
Anyone?
Nobody wants
to. Go ahead.
Mark, if I could real quick, it was actually 1870, and I wanted to clarify that. Section 1870, not 1869. I did miscite that, so I apologize.
Thank you, Mike. Go down the list, Shelley.
Well, we've discussed a lot already, and I think there have been, obviously a lot of great impassioned comments made. And as a commissioner, I think that we as a body have a little bit more due diligence to do. And I think we brought up some of those things tonight. I know some information is going to be provided. We talked about possibly a legal review. And I look to your guidance, Mark and Mike and Zach, for what those next steps might be.
Okay. Mike?
So Shelley, can you just repeat the tail end of that again? I'm sorry.
I said, well, because I'm the new kid on the block, so to speak. So I look to your guidance, to Mike's guidance, to the chair's guidance for what some of those next steps are. I know that there is some information that we want. So I'm not sure that we're prepared as a body to make any decision tonight. So I'm not exactly sure what that looks like moving forward out of this meeting.
So if that's the case where you guys do want more information here, Roger's jumping back in, it looks like. If you guys do want to request more information, I think it would be appropriate for you guys to when the time came to table and request that information.
I was going to ask if we could do that, but
yeah,
calling me first. So
yeah, you go through and you just to verify you guys would have discussion about the PUD, and then you could table it during new business if that's where the direction that the board would like to, but you need to close the public hearing as well. So you guys are just generally discussing it right now. Nothing is being decided, closing the public hearing, and then you move on to, is it old business or public comment again? And then new business is actually first and then old business. So just giving you guys a little bit, and if you close it, it might not be a bad idea to take 5 minutes and just let everybody stretch.
Right.
So we're still going to do discussion, correct?
Yes. Yes, in new business after this is closed.
Okay. You can do discussion now about potential stipulations you guys are discussing. If you want more information, you guys can kind of decide these things before you head in the new business, because a motion is required to do something, have discussion, and then you vote on that. So so if you're like, let's say it seems like you are leaning towards tabling, you would have a motion to the table, a second discussion, and then vote on tabling it.
Right.
If you wanted to, but this is primarily for discussion openly, just throwing ideas back and forth without a motion needed. So.
Prior to just closing the public hearing, then we can still deliberate how we want to proceed. So the couple of things that, oh, I'm sorry, it's not. We're going around the table. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mick.
Oh, well, okay. So, some of the things is, we had talked to the developer about certain things. The rooftop bar, I think, is important. I think the expanded patio and, having the single sign that is more in keeping. And then again, the expanding the you know, the wow factor of the building and what we offer is important. I think several people that are in support of this hotel have said the same thing. You know, you only got one chance, right, to do it right on this property, and to go for all the gusto and create the wows, I think is important. And that includes what we talked about with the exterior, giving it more of a Victorian look, using the model from the Orlando Altamonte Springs. And then, like I said, and the other things that we talked about, rooftops. And then the other thing that concerns me is just overall making sure that legally we're on sound ground to go forward with the PUD as we've discussed it so far.
Marlene?
I'm for tabling it to another time and find out more information and from developers in the city, and then proceed.
Okay. Roger? Roger? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, there you go. I'm ready. Okay, one thing I read, or my first question is, like the gentleman brought up, and just to clarify, is it legal?
You're breaking up for some reason.
And once we determine if it's legal, the only thing I'd like to see is yes.
Roger, you're breaking up.
Oh. Yeah. Did you hear my question?
No, we did not.
No.
No. So please go over it.
All right, I'll pass.
No. Go. You have a question.
Okay. That's what I hear. So I'll pass.
Okay. All right.
So please go. You have a question? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, my question is first, is it legal?
Is it legal?
Okay.
Now you're muted, Roger.
Roger, unmute yourself.
There.
Okay. All right, things are better?
Things are better.
Okay. My next question, since we're planners and it's 2020, why don't we look at a hotel that's built for 2030? Because once we commit to this is an 80-year project. So the model, what I'm saying is the model we're looking at today is an old model hotel. Don't they have something that is more, I guess, upgraded? That's my next question, and we'll just close with that.
Okay.
But other than that, I wouldn't mind tabling it to get further information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pam?
Yeah, I'm concerned with the legality issues also that people have brought up. I'm disappointed in the fare that the restaurant is offering because it's the same as we've already got in town. If you're going to have a restaurant or something down by the lake, I'd like to see it a little bit more upscale. By the way, the Hampton Inn in Traverse City is only 4 stories. I checked tonight. So I really don't see why we can't do a little bit, I mean, have 4 stories and then maybe the rooftop bar. It sounds like maybe a good compromise to me if they would consider that. I'm interested to know what the city insurance would say about the fence around the retention pond. I know I harp on that a lot, but it bugs me. But I think we just need a whole lot more information than what we've got right now. And I'd really like to see what the suburban inns can come back with after some of the things that we've suggested to them tonight.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Some of the questions I had got answered earlier, but I'd like to see more structural details of what they've got planned, because I've dealt with a lot of construction projects and I'm not seeing enough in the plans to make me feel comfortable at this time.
Okay.
That's about all I've got.
All right, thank you. And my question, the big one, is the legality issue. I believe it is good, but again, we would need more information. So any other comments before we close? None? Okay. Public hearing is closed. And it is 11:30. We'll be back in 11:35. So stretch your legs and do what you gotta do.
Sunset's not until 7 o'clock, so. Or sunrise, I mean.
Yeah, sunset, unless you're in Europe.
That you asked the city and the city refused to answer. Awesome. Not an issue. It's fine.
No, I'm not. They just gave me a 5-minute break. So do we get breakfast?
I'll make it. I got some bacon bits and some eggs. How about that?
All right. That's...
Mike, you set?
Yeah, we're fine. Yep.
Okay. Well, we are back, and now we'll move into public comment. Public comment on agenda-related items. In the same format, you have 3 minutes to comment on the agenda, name and address. And if you have sent letters in, please make your statements brief, as we read 37 letters. At the 3 minute mark, your mic will be muted. So anybody who would like to comment on the agenda, please raise your hand and Heather will recognize you.
If you've called in, press *9. Okay, I see one. Telephone number 6203. Telephone number ending in 6203. State your name and address.
Jennifer Teller, 712 Harbor Drive. Thanks again for staying late on this very important issue for Manistee. You know, I love the Hampton Inns. We've stayed there many times, but again, it's not about their hospitality or their service or their awards. What is important here, it's the location, 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 and the 5-story, 70-foot high cement block mega hotel on the precious beachfront. That's the issue here. It's just not the right location. It's not the right zoning. The legalities of it need to be discussed and brought forth before such a vote is taken on this hotel. Again, we're not against development. We want the stewards to get the full value of their property, and whatever the Hampton Inn is willing to pay for it, no matter how many fewer rooms they end up getting for this, they're still getting a deal. This is an absolute gem of a property, and there's just nothing that can be said against that. So all it is just remembering that this is such a special location. It cannot be duplicated. And when a 5-story cement block building goes in, no matter how nice it looks, it's just going to not be the right development for this area. Mr. Parks has expressed the issue of the legality of this. So have several other people. And that's what we really need to focus on at this point in time. Again, we want development, but we want it at the right incremental changes, not mega changes for this special location. So I thank you, everyone. And again, just a blessed Easter for everyone. Thank you.
You.
Anyone else who would like to make public comment, please press *9. Yes, Mr. Parks?
Doug Parks. Just a quick comment. You'll notice, I think it was on Jeff's presentation, talking about the water loop. As I've said before, in principle, I'm not against the project. You will see that the water line that's proposed runs up my west lot line. Jeff had contacted me probably 2.5 months ago and quizzed me if I would be willing to allow an easement to come up the property line, which would affect my property. I told him I would talk to my neighbor, which I did. My neighbor's not uncomfortable with it either. We don't have obviously the details of it. So as planning commissioners, if you look at that and go, wow, he's against it and they're going to force a property line or a water line through his property. I've consented with Jeff, subject to detail, that we would entertain that, as has my neighbor. So, that's just to let you know where that stands if you're looking at the water line extension. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who would like to make a comment? I think I have, is it Mr. Grosset? Do you have a comment? I see you unmuted yourself.
Yeah, very good conversation this evening with all parties. And
please state your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, Jim Grosset, 728 Harbor Drive. And again, great conversation this evening. I think the development down at the beach is well thought out. I say would agree with the general conversation around a smaller concept is definitely in keeping with the area in general. And I am not as adept at the local zoning standards, but I would say that certainly the height of the concept being somewhat lower than 5 stories makes sense, obviously, and keeps with the, you know, the general, you know, beauty of the area. And I'd say, you know, we're supportive of the concept, but want to make sure that the area is kept in sort of the beach, you know, sort of, you know, sort of beauty that we all enjoy in Manistee and want to see the area thrive, obviously. So just wanted to give our, you know, perception of the development, and hopefully it can move forward with maybe a smaller footprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment? Press *9 to raise your hand, or *6 to unmute yourself. I am not seeing anybody else.
Heather, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Heather. Mark Miller, Manistee, Michigan. I have a question about the scope of some of what we heard tonight. And I'm wondering about some of the questions that are possibly driving the business model decisions for this business. Is that something that the Planning Commission can actually do to add on or change elements of a business proposal that might add several million to the cost of the project? Is that something that we were able to do here? And is that something that we want to do? Because I heard a number of conversations about this, and I'm just kind of wondering if that's a common practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw a hand go up. Mr. Bukema, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was, oh, sorry.
Are you there?
Sorry about that. Little technical difficulties here. You know, there's a few things that have come up tonight that I think have been, you know,
Mr.
project
could you
and
state
planning
your
commission related.
Mr.
That I think, you know, have a impact in a real place here, and the safety around the fence. And I think that's one of those things, like, let's just start there with the pond. You know, we're willing to participate in that if it's an issue. I would say let's
I would there you go, mute him.
Okay, is there anyone else that has a comment?
Is that better? Do you hear me?
I need you to state your name and address before you make a public comment.
Oh, sorry. Peter Bukema. I'm with the development group, Suburbanans. I live in Zeeland, Michigan. So yeah, I was going to make a couple of comments around some of the conversation that I heard tonight and some of the concerns, and, you know, specifically stating around the the pond specifically, starting there, we're willing to participate in a fence around it, but I would say, yielding to Jeff and his team and the team at Spicer, who's done a great job in engineering all that, I would say, let's see if we have an issue there with standing water. And if we do, by all means, it's safety first. But if it's not an issue, a fence is a long time. For a long time, it's going to be an eyesore, and it's going to be a lot of maintenance and a pain to maintain around. So if it's not an issue, I would say let's wait until we know it is. But I'm willing to, at a moment's notice, participate in that. The rooftop bar, just hitting on that really quick, Tom and I are definitely willing to tackle that and see what we can make work up there. We were coming into it with, I think, higher expectations or thoughts than what I think everybody else is. And I think that could be a cool attribute to the property. And so I think there's a few of these things that we can work through. We'll definitely work through the exterior look and appeal of the property and the sign. If height's an issue, I don't know that the dog's going to hunt if we take a floor off of this, because we're losing 25% of our rooms. But, we'll go back to the table and try to pencil that in. But, it is an expensive piece of property. One concern I do have is that people keep hanging up their hats on the brand, in that we're using Hampton to drive rooms during the off season. This property will be world-class. It will be, on point with what all of our expectations are. We will do that with the interior finish, with the quality of the service and the quality of the product. But we have to recognize it's the other 8 months of the year that we're trying to drive business into the property. And that's what's leading us to the brand affiliation. So I think I hit my notes at this point, but I'll yield to the committee. And I thank you for your considerations and for your time this evening, because it's become a late night. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has public comment? One more opportunity, public comment.
Yes, Jennifer Keller, Harbor Drive. I've listened to much tonight. There's just so much that goes into this decision. So I appreciate the fact that many on the commission want more time, and that's what it takes to make the right decision for this particular location, which is on sensitive ground, in a park surrounded by residences and condos. So again, the lighting issue comes to the forefront too. It doesn't need those huge signs on either side of the building. People know where it is. It's going to be at the end of First Street. It just needs a sign, just like what the Lakeshore Motel has. So if you can just do that, that would be a huge improvement for that site. Also, nothing was brought up about electric car charging stations, which is, it's a huge issue. It's coming to the forefront. People coming from other areas are going to be driving these cars. So I really think you need to consider that. It's part of your parking plan. There were just, let's see, a couple other things I wanted to mention. Again, parking is a huge issue. You need to be contained on your site. And again, you're not even in compliance with the zoning that's for the PUD. And it needs to be kept on your site. So there's a lot of legal issues that need to be discussed here. So I hope you'll take the time to do that. Thank you so much. And again, happy Easter.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none?
None? Okay. That's good, Heather. Thank you. Moving along to new business, stipulation memo from Zachary.
Okay, so this is kind of an organizational thing for the commission here. We know this is a big project and we want to make sure we're touching all the aspects and things like that. So whether this is tabled or approved or denied or whatever it is, we're just asking that a motion be made for each stipulation or information that you guys are asking of. If you want more, we ask that you make a motion for each one of those so that we can go back in our minutes and make sure each one of those things is addressed. And moving forward, that's what we handle.
Okay. That will work. Thank you, Zach.
And then I guess, Chair, if I may, at the end, we make one motion on the master list there. I know it says there in my memo, but okay. I just want to reiterate.
All right.
Is a motion to table also an option?
Yes.
So if Zach and Mike, if the commissioners make a motion to table,
you don't have to do the stipulations tonight, Mark. Like if you guys are going to table it, then just proceed with your motion to table.
I would ask that you break
additional
it down
information, but when we do this again, we'll do it again. So we have them for the special use permit or the planned unit development.
Yeah. So yeah, just for clarity on each motion and each stipulation.
Yeah.
Get it. Okay. All right. 101 Lakeshore Drive.
Question I've got, do you guys have a list of the things we made concerns with of earlier tonight?
It's tough for us to make I can't read every commissioner's mind. Like I got a general idea, but you might have something that's been solved for you. We're here to help you facilitate that, but I hoped you were writing down your own concerns prior to us. I mean, I hope that makes sense. Like,
oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, has everybody jotted down their concerns? I'm sure they have, but I just want to check.
Right.
Nick?
Yep. Again, I'll just start with the exterior finishing, or the exterior roof line in particular, to be more in line with what we proposed from the North Altamonte Springs in Orlando, that we looked at pictures of. The reduced sign, again, a monument sign that is in keeping with what we had developed for the overlay district. The rooftop bar, the extended patio,
conference space,
a small conference room.
Okay. Bob, you have yours? Or Mick, are you done?
Again, the only other point I wanted to make is that, with everything we've heard and said, I still think we're on the right track with this project. I think that, I get the financing, and, people think of a 109 room hotel as a mega property. It's not. I had a 265 room hotel at Warner Robins Air Force Base that I ran before I retired, and I didn't consider it to be a mega hotel.
There are 292 rooms at the casino.
Exactly. I mean, so it is a boutique hotel at 109 rooms, and I understand financially. Again, it's pretty difficult to make ends meet. You have 6 strong months to make your money, and then you have 6 months that, you know, breaking even is actually a good thing. So rooms is not one of my big concerns. I don't know about the rest, but the number of rooms and the 5 floors is not my biggest concern. Mine is how it appears, you know, making sure that it is appropriately, it has an appropriate setting to the community, and that we eliminate any of the obstructions, like, you know, overpowering lights, and try to make this as a community of program, you know, as much as possible. The only other thing is again, there have been a number of questions that have been brought up legally that I believe need to be answered by our attorney, especially the issues on, does everything that we're providing, does it qualify as a PUD? You know, are we breaking any rules in proceeding with what we've already addressed? That would be mine.
Kelly?
What he said. I agree.
Okay. Roger?
My only concern would be in the legality of what they're talking about with all these bars that were going to be open for the community. I've heard the expression where it's considered a private bar, being that it's a hotel bar. So I'd like to have that one cleared up. But my next question would be, yes, table it until we get some of the information that's been brought up tonight to, I guess, see if they're willing to bend on some of the aspects that we asked for. But as far as the hotel goes, why couldn't they photo crop the hotel 5 stories were on the site as is? I mean, is it that difficult to see how high it's going to be with the trees? I mean, I don't know. Can they do that?
Anything's possible.
I mean, it can't be that.
All we can do is ask.
Yeah. I'd like to see that, and that would end a lot of discussion about how high it is. If it is that high, maybe they can knock it down to 4 floors. I don't know, you know. But that's all I got. I'd like to table it until we get further information. Thank you.
Now remember, trees grow. All right.
Really?
Yeah, they do. I know it's hard to believe, but
okay.
In the winter they grow. So, Captain, Pammy?
You know, just the things that I've mentioned before, you know, I was really surprised when Jenny said that she didn't have anybody else looking at this property. It kind of makes me wonder why, and why they want it really badly. Other than the fact that they don't have a Hampton Inn or a Hilton or anything else in the area. That just really kind of surprised me. Okay. And like I said, I was, if you're going to put something down there, it really needs to be way more upscale than what we've seen so far.
Okay. Marlene? Excuse me. Marlene, please unmute. Marlene?
Her bedtime's at midnight.
I guess. Well, okay.
Hey, Mark?
Yep.
Okay. My opinions are, I disagree with Mick about the roof line that he has intent. When I saw those pictures, the first thing I thought was southwest, not beachfront. I'd like to see some other options for a roof line, something to maybe choose between. But like I said,
this one
it looks southwest.
This one
was
on the beach.
But it looks southwest to me. Oh. To me, it looks southwest. So, you know,
to me, it looks very Floridian. I mean, it just like Florida.
Right. Well, but it also looks a little bit like the new West Shore Community College building as well.
Not really. I don't think, but other than that, I agree with some of the stuff on Pam saying though, but that's the only disagreement I got is I'd like to see some other options on roof lines and then don't just jump at the one that's on the Florida one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. I think they're on the right track with the nautical theme.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would like to see Manistee theme inside and out on the at the hotel, in the restaurant, bar, lobby. I mean, we do have a industrial past with logging and all types of industry and athletics in this town. So I'd like to see that. But, you know, clear up the legalities and calm the nerves of everybody. So, and the points that some of the questions that I had to, the rooftop bar for one, conference center, front patio, the storage building to make it more appealing. Again, the drainage restaurant to be a little more upscale. Sign. So now
I'd like my last comment, and I'll shut up. I'd like to see Hampton Inn fit more in with Manistee than trying to have Manistee fit in with Hampton Inn.
Okay. And I guess, thank you, Pam. I guess question for Mike and Zach is on all our points, do you want those? You want us to email those to you? I mean, is that legal? I mean, in this setting?
For simplicity's sake, we can. I don't want to answer what's legal or not because I'm not covered by the city attorney. So I will pose that question to him, and we will go forward from there. So
I know somebody in the audience would take it and run with it. So.
Well, you've also got the recorded version of this meeting to refer to also for have a backup.
If we're not allowed to, I will review the meeting.
Okay.
I have other notes that you guys didn't talk about that you had brought up as well. So.
Okay. Very good. So, is there a motion to deny, approve, or table?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, motion to table by Roger. Is there a second?
I'll second.
By Bob. Any more discussion on this? None? Please take roll.
You gotta unmute Nancy.
Nancy sleeping.
I was going to say, going to wake Nancy up.
Did I get there? It had me muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy, you're
okay.
in.
All right, let's try it again. Yes, I am tired. Commissioner Slawinski?
Yes.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Yes.
Commissioner Memberto?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bride?
Arlene?
She wasn't feeling good early. Maybe she went to sleep.
And
Yeah.
she's still there, but I can't get her to unmute. I've been trying.
Oh, okay. Won't unmute. I'll go to Commissioner Yoder.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you, Nancy. Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Chair Whitliff?
No.
What was that?
My vote was no.
No.
Okay. So it is past, excuse me, and it is past midnight, to table it for more information. Mike will check with George, see if we can send in our concerns. So, correct?
You're right. We'll check on, you know, the legality of some of the issues that came up tonight, as well as one of the big concerns with the park agreements and how those are going to play out, as well as the PUD itself. So we will verify that, and then we will bring it back on the next planning agenda. So for the next planning meeting.
Can we agree to do another special planning meeting to address this in the very near future, rather than having this go out another, you know, month before we address it again?
Well, it all depends on what the developer comes back with, and what when Mike gets the information back from George. So. Okay. But is everyone in agreement that we would have could have a special meeting rather than waiting until next month? As long as it's not on golf night.
It might be better to have a special meeting so that we can get at least the legality issues taken care of, even if the developers don't have anything for us to look at. If we can get our ducks in a row first, maybe it might be better.
Yeah, so the earliest possible time would be good.
Yeah.
At midnight?
Not midnight.
Hopefully our next meeting would be in person rather than these awful Zoom meetings. So. Yeah. All right, so that is tabled. Let's go to old business. The text amendment to Article 20, Section 2004. Staff memo.
So at the last meeting, we talked about the text amendment allowing for the residential use above the marijuana business in the marijuana overlay district. It's allowed in the C1 district as an underlying use, but the marijuana overlay does not allow that. So you guys had some questions there, and I referred to George, and in the memo, I'll quote him here on point 3, where he says, even though there may be a use by right for a property within C1, if that property involves a marijuana business as one of the uses, because a use is being added that was not included in the SUP, it would necessitate an amendment of the SUP, which makes sense since the Planning Commission may want to implement some additional conditions on the property to ensure separation of the dwelling from the marijuana business. So that was kind of what we were leaning towards, and what we were I think we're all kind of heading that direction, but now we have confirmation from George on that. So if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions?
So he can, so they can, do I understand then, they can apply for an amendment, and we can vote on that particular property and grant them permission, correct?
You could put stipulations on it. That is correct.
That is for, again,
so no short-term running. It can only be rented out to the person that's managing the business. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Wunderbar.
So you guys would.
I would entertain a motion.
There, yeah.
I would entertain a motion to allow an amendment for that property that would include someone in a management position and not all the other things that we discussed, or
Oh, Mick, be specific with that. Is it the store manager, or is it an assistant?
Well,
can I comment?
Yeah.
I apologize. I know you're trying to make a motion, but you have a text amendment that's proposed to you. So
it's not for the particular property, it's for the zone.
Right. So
okay.
So what I'm telling you is you approve it as and then when they come back with the amendment, that's when you apply the stipulation.
Okay, all right.
So you could approve as written or requested.
I make a motion to approve the text amendment as written.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? Andy, Pam, you're not yawning, are you?
I'm not yawning, no. I still don't like taking that out. I'm just,
Okay.
so that's just me.
Okay. If there's no discussion, please take roll.
Oh, wait.
Roger's got something.
Yep.
Roger? Unmute, please.
Roger, my sign language is limited.
Roger.
I can hear you, Raj.
Roger, unmute.
There.
Are we opening it up for all businesses to have a housing if we make this amendment? Or just this one particular business?
It would be all those businesses within there could have residential with them coming in. Really the only ones that were affected were the ones in the marijuana service overlay with, I believe, marijuana, Zach, is that correct?
Yep, it's any marijuana business.
So,
Yep.
So they were the only ones affected by it. So now if they want
Right.
to have residents in there, you guys would apply stipulations on that at that time.
They would have to apply
Thank
for
you.
an amendment.
That would be for any property that would want to go for something like this.
Okay.
In that zone.
Thank you.
Is that clear as mud for you, Roger?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, discussion? If none, please take roll.
Commissioner Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner McBride. Not there. Commissioner Weiner,
No.
Commissioner Memberto,
Yes.
Commissioner Szymanski,
Yes.
Commissioner Slawinski,
Yes.
Chair Whitliff.
No. Okay, motion passed. Move along to public comments and communication. If there is anybody that would like to make a comment on anything, please raise your hand. Name and address. You have up to 3 minutes.
Is there anybody that has a public comment?
Yes.
Please state your
Jennifer
name.
Teller. Jennifer Teller, 712 Harbor Drive. Just a final comment about the Lakeshore Motel. There's just a lot of issues that I just don't have time, to express in these public comments. So I appreciate the fact that you tabled this, and we'll get some more input on it. Basically, that some of these issues are forever issues. And again, we're not saying, most of us are not saying that this should not happen. It's just that it needs to be in proportion to the size of the property that's there. And if you will keep that in mind and just look for the proper size for the zoning that's there, even with a PUD, I think the people of Manistee would appreciate that, considering that this is something that will affect not only those who use it on a regular basis, but those will be coming in the future, our children and grandchildren and beyond. So we appreciate your time and the length that you have given to this very special issue. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none?
Okay, thank you, Heather. Move along to staff reports.
I have nothing.
I have nothing right now.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Member discussion, anything? Start with Shelley.
I have nothing. Thank you, everyone, for tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Nick.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Marlene. No, Marlene. We'll go to the captain.
I've got nothing at this point, and I appreciate everybody's time spent.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Pam?
Nope, I don't have anything. Thanks, everybody, staying up.
Bob?
Nothing that I
tired. You fought a fire all day.
Yes, I was.
It's almost been 24 hours for you.
Getting close to it. But everybody turn their alarm clocks off tomorrow. Have a good night.
All right. Well, I just want to thank everyone, staff. Heather, you did a great job. All the commissioners and everybody. That was
Chair Whitliff, it looks like Marlene McBride is back now too.
Is she? Okay. Marlene?
I have nothing to say.
All right. Thanks, Marlene. Thanks for waking up. I'll just make one comment about this, about the hotel, that Manistee needs development. We are at that point. Either do we want to grow, or do we just want to stay as is and die a slow economic death? So taking away city services, our schools will be affected. We need development, and hopefully the next meeting, positive things will come back for the hotel project. So that is it. And I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Roger, second.
I'll second.
Pammy. Meeting is closed at 12:17 a.m. on the 2nd.
Two-day meeting. All right.